Okay, we on day 2. We're on day 2 on the render studies. Okay. So, let's see how far I go without looking at the video. Alright. He says we must establish the structure first before we do anything else. Oh, just to make sure I'm sorry. Move this window. Oh my god, dude. What is this? Brush soon. Command bar. What is this? Eh. Which brush is this? Oh, this is the tune brush. Okay, I was like wondering why. Okay, first. Alright. Go. Hello, I'm going to annoy you. Is it okay? I guess. I don't know. Letting me know doesn't... I don't know. It's just... Why? Why? I'm not really sure why. I don't really see the point. So it's yes. Because you are alone. Oh, okay. Very weird to say, but okay. I'll go with it. I think. Hey Silver, what's going on? Is this thing working? Oh, it is. Only you and me. Oh, I don't technically think that's true. There are other people here. Yeah, that's weird. It's a little weird, but it is what it is. It's the internet, so it's kind of expected at this point, I guess. How are you, bud? How's life going? Okay, now today we're doing day 2 of the value study rendering. So I'm going to see how far I can go with this without relying on Reno Tuna Sensei on how to do this. So I'm going to see what I do understand, where I'm having trouble with, and where I need to work on. So right now I'm not going to really go back to the tutorial. I'm going to see what I understand and what I don't, so I know what my strengths are in this particular subject. Okay, let me see. that. Go. And then we need to get more darker here. Not that dark. Let's put it right here. Okay. I'm gonna put some shading here and there. See what I understand based on from yesterday. And then what we'll do is, once I have a good understanding of it, we will change the lighting scenario, because obviously the light is coming from this way. Our light source is coming from, I think, a top left angle, based on how Rhino Tuna made it. So I'm gonna just make this very clear. I think the light is coming from like this. You did better than me, to be honest. Oh, I didn't draw this. This was given to me by my teacher. I'm just learning rendering from him. Let me see. Yeah, that is weird. Okay. Let me see. Where is... Wait, why I can't hear the thing speak in my ear? Hold on. Let me see if it's working. Yeah, it's not reading in my head. What the hell? What was that? Go here. Go here. Yeah, I see. So I'm live. Oh no, that's weird. Okay. I still learning the eyes and head shape. Oh, those are pretty easy for me. I'm only here for the coloring stuff, for the value studies. I think if I put a little more white in there. Now the light's gonna bounce off into here from here, so it kind of makes sense. Hey, if you said anything, I did not hear it. Mom, mute again? Oh, had a phone call, okay. Had a pleasant phone call. Okay, that's cool. Why can't I hear? Hold on, wait, why is it? Did I stop it? Yeah, I did. I don't know why it's acting up. I'll have to read it a bit. Don't you need more lighter? Not bad. Okay, I don't study art, but the light hit the I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, the song for Sentence to Be a Hero has a song English now on YouTube. I believe you. I think I've actually heard that. Which, in all honesty, was waiting for. I think I've heard an English version before. I'm not totally sure. I remember hearing one time on YouTube. But I don't know if it's like same lyrics though. By the way, if you don't and still study, what would it be? I do work, but I'm off today, so. Let me see if. Let's see here. Okay. Thank you. I think we're gonna need a little more darkness here. And then I think a little bit more here too. Oh shit. Ah, son of a bitch. Ah, I hate when this happens. I'm the fucking wrong layer. God, I hate that. Whatever. I hate that shit. Okay. I guess I'll just combine them. There we go. It's annoying, but it's whatever. I think never after. I think the never after song is gold. I'm trying to remember. What anime is that from? Thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. Okay, which is honestly I was waiting for. I did take the time to go more on the Pokemon manga and trainers already. Nice. Nice. Very nice. That you did. How long is that manga? Is it still going, Silver? Or no? Okay, nothing after. What anime is that from? Okay, let me see. Oh, extra. Okay, you know what? Why can I not hear Silver talk to me? Let's see why. Did I turn off settings? YouTube. Okay. Is it turned off? Let's see. All. Okay. Let's see. It's probably just turned off somehow. Oh, the voice wasn't on. TDS voice for control. Expect no to. Killian. Okay. There we go. Still not hearing anything from this thing. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know what's going on with that. It's gonna get on my nerves later. Okay, are you going to add... the light's already there. I don't really have to make it any more bright than it has to. Me sailing the seas, not filming now. I'm a developer and read this. Why can't I hear you? What the fuck is going on? Wait, is it connected to something? Yes, that's why. I knew it. That was the reason. I was like, why can't I hear it? I was like, oh, because of that. Alright. Now I should be able to hear you. Font. The manga is called Pokemon Red. Okay, okay. It is the only manga where I found the characters to actually grow up. Okay, okay. And this is the official Pokemon manga, right? Or this is like a fan-made thing? Because I know Japan doesn't really have a lot of like copyright laws. I think their copyright laws are pretty weak over there in Japan, if I remember right. Was it the app problem that you couldn't hear? I think it's something wrong with the app. Let me see, let me try again. Maybe I exit out and then come back. Caster Labs, maybe it's just a Caster Labs problem. I don't know what's causing the issue per se. Okay, let's see. Maybe it's the app. Oh wait, maybe it's just low. Maybe it's low. Nope, it's not responding. Maybe it's connected to something. Okay, it's not my phone. It's neither of the phones. Then what would it be? Okay, voice, backgrounds, okay, timestamps, read out loud. Okay, let's see again. Still not being read out. What is causing this issue? Speakers are there. Maybe I sent it to the speaker.
Artextric said, command error in phoneme.
Okay. It does work.
Artextric said, command error in phoneme.
Okay. The test worked, but for some reason it's not going to the... For the headphones, it's just dead silent. I wonder why. Why is it dead silent? I think it's the X that out. Go here. Sound mixer. Okay. Oh, gotta work. It's working now. I just gotta switch this to there. There we go. First thing I don't want that. Just I don't want to change the voice now. I'll do that later. Alright, I got it to work. It's working now. Now I can focus on my work. Yummy. Yeah. Sorry about that. Star Summoner. Hello, Star. Or Summon. What's up, Summon? What's going on? Big frame. Let me see. Well, sweet dreams. I'm going to bed. Oh, have a good night. I need to wake up early. Okay, see you in the next live tomorrow, bro. Okay, big fan. Alright, no problem, dude. I appreciate it. Sorry about that for all the the technical issues. Sorry about that. Shit happens. Sorry about that, though. Oh, good. Wrong. I'm not really sure who you are. If you want to share it with us, you can. It's up to you. Hope the fan is not too loud. Okay, I hear you now. So if you can continue what you was talking about. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. I don't think it should be that dark right there. I think it should be a bit brighter, yeah. I think like a gradient to a degree. It's based on angle. The likelihood of what's going to be darkened and what's not. And people die in this game, like in the game, in the show, in the manga. Oh, Mewtwo's in it. Okay, let's go. It's just that dark, huh? It's crazy. Kind of makes you think you're not even talking about Pokemon anymore, the way you explain it. Well, given what you told me before, it's not like it's new what you're telling me, but like given the fact that it's the same franchise. What? They just changed the whole outlook of what Pokemon was, huh? Oh. Oh my god. I feel about that. That sounds horrible. I don't think my issue is making making the structures right. Here, like doing this part is easy because it's like just a hard edge, like shape. Well, you change your name. I guess that's. Oh, Red Rocket. Okay. What? I mean Team Rocket. I think you mean right. Team Rocket. Yeah. Um. I believe it's the guy with a good photo. I think it's the name. If I have the. I think. With a good photo. If I remember right. Why do you guys do that? Why you guys remember? And then change your name and like. Yeah, why do you guys do this? Change your name and like profile and then ask me, do you remember me? I'm like, how am I supposed to remember you? I think the only thing I give away is when you said master, so I already know who that is. But like, I'm just saying in general, I don't know why people do this with me. It's just I never understand this. I never understood this logic to me. And what exactly? I'm pretty sure it's a guy with a good photo. I could be wrong. Let's see here. Is that the name? That was your original name? Or that's a hint, I can't tell. Like, I know who it is, but I was just saying, like, the name of the screen name. I don't remember the screen name for some reason. But I do remember. I know who you are, though. Only refers to me as Guy Sensei, I believe. Let's see here. I thought you go by the name of the guy with a certain photo on YouTube. Hey, Bane, what's going on? Okay, now I need to. I think this part needs to be. Really? All of them? Miles, that was it. I know the name. Like, I didn't remember your screen name, but I know who you are. Could not remember your screen name for the death of me. Actually, when I think of it now. No, I get you. Oh my. I wonder why no one ever asked for like the original kind of Pokemon at all. Maybe it's just too much. Kind of surprised to this day. see. Previous hold on. So. Kind of makes you think. That's cool. Really? How's that going with the drawings? I guess you're right. Just like Power, just like kind of like Pokemon with guns. So I guess it makes sense, right? Well, it turns out good in the end, I guess. Oh, that's an, oh, okay. So that's your advertisement to, okay, I got you. That's your advertisement by being, okay, making the official. Okay, I got you. What's up, bro? I feel like this part here is a little bit too not touched, but it needs to be more lighter. Alright, and then once we get all the planes where we need to be, then we'll start blending them together based on what Reno Sensei taught me. I did not draw the anime girl. I don't know why people ask me this insane question. They don't bother to look at my work. There's a bunch of Gokus and Gojos everywhere. I don't know why you guys say that insane thing. I have drawn a bunch of Gokus, a bunch of Vegetas, a bunch of what do you call it? Zoros and Luffys and Frankies, Usops, Sanjis. But no one bothers to go look. I don't know why people ask me this crazy question. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. No, you guys can tune in when it's convenient. That's what it is. You guys tend to tune in when it's convenient to see a chick, and then when there's no chick, you guys don't stay. And then you guys when I start drawing a girl again, like later on, you ask me why do I draw anime girls? I get that all the time. Yeah. It's funny because like. It's like people ask me like, why is the breast so big? I'm like, bitches look sick. Yeah. If you want to go and type in my YouTube and my TikTok, type in nearly any probably famous anime character, I've drawn them already, male-wise. And they're up there. But that proves it right there. I drew All Might, Deku, fucking, what's his name, Bakugo. You guys don't look. Traditional and digital, animatic and not. So I don't know what to tell you guys. Even Sonic characters as well. No one bothers to look. And then when they see a bitch on the screen, all of a sudden, why do you draw women? Why are their breasts so big? I'm like, why would I not draw them big? And I was like, why do I not draw them big? Because if I draw them flat, you're all just gonna call me weird. So why would I even bother draw them flat? I'm not drawing them flat. I'm gonna draw them big as fuck because there's no way some child's walking around with big titties. It's like, there's no way. And if there is, that's probably a condition and a very rarity. And probably sad on that child's behalf. And yeah. Oh, you'd be surprised how many people. Oh, you'd be surprised how many people call me weird for just drawing a woman in general. You'd be surprised how much I get that every day. It's weird because it's like they always say, "Why do you draw the breast so big?" And I'm like, aren't you guys for body positivity and all that shit? Like when I draw a big fat bitch, for some odd reason, it's like I get praised for that. Oh wait, we're on TikTok, and I probably get bullied for that one. Yeah, I don't draw that. I don't think it's easy money, but it's selling your soul to a degree. Like, I understand why people do it, because they need to make money. I'm not desperate enough to do it, so maybe just because of that reason. Because I'm not in a position where I have to draw that. I'm really not in that typical situation where I have to draw that type of stuff. Like, I'll draw a girl who's alluring, but I'm not gonna draw them doing, like, insane acts or anything. I don't think that's me. For me. And since my new job just pays me pretty well, hopefully things will get better and I can get the hell up out of here so I can start my life and get married. Yeah. And I find it fun about challenging to draw something that doesn't have to rely on that particular aspect of the drawing. I got you, bro. Is that one of your characters you said? Is one of my favorite characters. Is that one of your characters you made? Alright, bud. Do what you need to do. Hello, Oscar. How goes it? Now we're gonna do the blending process. We're gonna see where this goes. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well. Oh, okay, you use AI. Okay. Gotcha. I think that... Okay, let me see. I didn't draw the character. This was given to me by my teacher. I'm being taught by a teacher. My course. So I can teach my students what I learned. I'm only here for the coloring stuff. I'm not here for any of the proportions. I already can do that. That's easy. Let's see here. Stuff is. Everyone who watched me either is an artist or a aspiring one. I've heard when people say that to me. It's like when people came in. It's like when people come to me. It's like, you don't ever have someone says, I'm a gamer too when you're playing a game. You just assume that they play the game or they know of the game or they play games. It's always funny when people say, I'm an artist too. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you are. Like, it's kind of funny to me. Okay, now we're going to blend these and see where this takes us. This is probably the hardest part for me, in all honesty. Now, he said if you're using the soft brush, if it's small, you're trying to make the border. Let's see here. Let's see here. Make the border. Alright, bud, do your thing. I hope your anime becomes successful. 10 1v1 challenges. Well, it depends on what the game we're playing. Oh, Tenkaichi 3. Ooh, I missed Tenkaichi 3. I missed that game. I think I still have it. That's funny. I think I know. Here. Let's go. I gotta check if I still have mine. I still have my PlayStation 2 still sitting here. Got the disc. Okay, now this is where the problems. I noticed something when it comes to the pants. I'm gonna probably come to the pants last. I feel like the pants are a little bit too. Maybe I should. I may have to watch the tutorial. I think I went through that before, where I feel like something has been moved, but I'm not totally sure. Like, I sometimes just think it's just me. I just forgot that I moved it. Are you talking about like in a ghost sense, like a ghost move something? Yeah, I kind of experienced something like that before, but I'm not totally sure if it's like a. I wouldn't say it's a ghost, but I would say like. I would just ultimately assume that either I moved it or one of my folks moved it. But if it becomes more frequent, then I don't think your mind's playing games on you. Like, our minds are built to find patterns and things, whether we realize it or not. That's happened. Or I forgot that I went in a room for something. Yeah. Or I forgot to, like, what's the right word? I forgot to, I went into a room and I was supposed to go do something. I forgot what it was. I guess. Okay. Let's see. Red ink. Okay, that's a little more different than just misplacing something, I would say. I believe you. Yeah, that's Demon Slayer music. And what was that about exactly? This dream I'm saying? Yes, that is Demon Slayer. What exactly of though? No, no. I'm not really much of a Nintendo guy. That died on me when I was a kid. But I do respect Zelda though. I don't have a Switch. I think the only games I like from Nintendo is like Smash, Zelda games, and some Mario games. What the hell? Okay. Air Gear. Watch Air Gear. I recommend Air Gear. I would recommend Gacha Kuda, but that's already mainstream now. I almost spelled it right as gear, as in like a cog. I gotta make the light. Yes, that's an anime. Mind you, if you're a person who gets easily offended, don't watch it. It came out in 2006. Let me see. Basically, I was walking in the woods, outskirts of the woods. I couldn't view it with the clarity with the sun beamed through my eyes and the thing. It's stuck in my head, I just can't forget it. Since you write, you should write it down. People say you write down your dreams, you tend to remember them better, or something like that. Oh. Why did you say it like that? Silver, why do you say it like that, bro? You know when you said that you know what's gonna pop up in my head, right? I think that was on design. You did that on purpose. You said that on purpose. You said that. He touched my dream journal. No, I did not. Mr. What's his face? Send this dude to the principal now. Oh shit. When you said that, bro. He touched my dream journal. No, I did not. Mr. What's his face? I forgot the dude's name. Send this dude to the principal's office now. I haven't seen a child demand another child go to the principal. In this most, I can't say it. I can't say I'm on TikTok. I can't say shit. It makes you fulfilled. I feel like the pants is a little. Let me see. Maybe if we put a little bit more tightness on it. don't feel so. Hello. It does look like Pac-Man for a split second. Yep, this is day 2. Understanding rendering. I'm not getting off this till I understand it. It's the only way I know I'm going to get out of my situation if I don't force this now. That's awesome. Get that room clean, bro. Shit, too. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay, like that. If I wonder if I make more. So if I make that. Okay. So you make the shade so, and you put the light right on top of it to give it more. Oh, you don't want to flatten it. What? What? sorry. Maybe I should make it more darker. Just to see. I don't think I'll ever draw a wrinkle ever again. I'm at this point where I just like painting it. I don't like... It gives it more of a 3D look. I like this more. Sure. Not really sure. I'm answering that question. For now. Let me see. Yeah, what would you do if you were in the Canon dishes? I would be extremely scared, I think, of Kane. Because he can do whatever he pleases and there's nothing you can really much do. And he's like pretty much a soulless AI. Okay, so this is pretty much what we got from a Okay, maybe some places should be a little darker in some areas, in very rare areas. So I'm going to, like here, and then like about here. And then right under the breast here. Like there. And then we'll curve it like this. Yeah. Really can't. Especially when he got mad, I was like, you really can't deal with this, bro. I couldn't want to be in the digital circus. I remember majority of the other people who came before Pomni and them, well, at least before Pomni didn't seem to make it. Either they extracted or they was just taken out of the game completely. Okay. I don't know, I think when it comes to the pants, the more I paint down there, it feels like I'm widening the crotch. It looks weird. That too, I freaking forgot about that part. I keep forgetting that they have flies outside of that. Yeah. Ah. And what was that? Yeah, it's look like if you look closely, the crotch looks too wide, like it's strangely wide, right? Unlike the breast, because based on the shading, how Rhino Tuna showed me, it looks more tighter because of the light reflections onto the shadows. So you have this indication that what she's wearing is kind of tight around her waist, her upper waist. I mean her like from here. So it feels snugged on, like too perfectly, which is fine. But like for some reason the pants, just in the crotch area per se, looks like it's widening the more I keep shading. The more shading the crotch looks like it's just widening and looks really weird. Because if I take away the shading, it doesn't look as wide, right? But when I put it back, it feels widened. It's giving this weird, like it's like it's like flattened and widened at the same time. From the sides, it's not that bad, but it's not that impressive either. So that's where the rendering comes in. Where's this problem keeps showing itself to a degree. And then I still have to give indication that it is tight where the cross area is, where these lines are, so we can put more shading and lighting here. Like the sides here are fine. Here and here are okay. It's just this particular place where it doesn't really feel quite right. Huh. It's alright, everything will be alright. Put more shading there. Never liked it? I always liked it. Give me that real comic book feel for me. Especially the whole training art thing with Todoroki and Bakugo and yeah, that part is accurate. Okay, so this is day 2 of our rendering study. I feel like it's in a better place, but not. So this is day 2. So this is okay. So just to be clear, this shading part is from Rhino Tuna himself. He left this shading for me to use, but this is day. So this is day 1. This is what we learned from yesterday. This is literally from yesterday. Now, the difference between this one and this one, I think they need to take more here. I think more shading here. It's alright, everything will be alright. Yeah, when they took out twice, they pretty much won. Because without twice, they could have overwhelmed them like almost instantly. It was probably hard to write twice the way that Horikoshi wrote him because people was just making a lot of Deadpool comparisons. I'm not gonna lie, if Twice didn't have the outfit he did and it was something completely different, I don't think a lot of people would have made a lot of Deadpool like comparisons, because I think most of them made the comparisons based on the costume alone. Yeah, that would have been... Yeah, a lot of casualties would have been much worse. Much, much worse than it was before. Honestly, I thought their outfit was going to change as time goes by, because as the more worse they got as villains, I thought their outfit was going to change, but apparently didn't do much. The only one that changed most was probably Dobby. And, I guess, Tenko. Tiger? Wait, let me see. The wish that was injecting with the tiger and the magnet person. Oh! A tiger. Tiger? What tiger? Tiger person. Oh, you're talking about the, I think the pussycats? Those, is that what you're referring to? And that one dude who claims he's non-binary or some crap, I think. Who got, I think, killed off by, I think he was killed by, Overhaul. Is it Overhaul that killed him? I don't remember who killed him. Yeah. Apparently, yeah, those two, I guess they're both on that, that Snip Snip community. Because apparently, I think if I look back in it, the tiger dude, he's supposed to be, he was, I guess they said he was a chick at one point in his life. And then, you know. To be honest, I'm kind of glad that they took him out early in the game, because if he stayed longer, I'm pretty sure the insane community would probably like be mad if he was like taken out later on into the story, and they made a big fuss out of nothing. Remember, they made a big fuss about that one character from One Piece. What's her name? From Wano arc. I forgot her name. And they took it as like some type of allegory for being, you know, when it really wasn't that at all. It was not even close to that at all. It was not even pushing the idea. It was just that she was so inspired by somebody that she wanted to be that person that bad. Honestly, I wouldn't write characters like that. If I had a long, I would avoid writing characters like that, because once you introduce that type of archetype of character in, that's where all of them just kind of like go down the gacha kuda route, and then they won't leave you alone, and then they keep making their suggestions, and then whether you have a whole, like, say, a whole map already planned out and figured out for yourself, they want to alter everything. Yeah. It's funny how Oroha doesn't have much hate as, well, that I see. I don't think he has much hate as most people for the Airy thing more than for that character being taken out by him. So like, in a weird way, I'm kind of glad, because these people obsess over these characters and their identities all damn day, and it's kind of annoying. It's really annoying. That's why I'm like kind of iffy doing a manga. Because once you start running, because when you start running a character a specific way, or a character has a certain look, these people will latch onto that and be a succubus for that character. And if that character gets taken out in a way they don't like, which virtually you can't really tell how they would like it, it will lead to a lot of problems. That's why I don't think I would ever write a character like that at all. Like, the Japanese been doing this for a while, but for a long time, since like back in Naruto, back in 2006, or I think with Haku, but it was not that prevalent. If anything, people would just kind of write off saying that's just anime and moved on with it. But now, because of how things are now, it is much harder to get away with that and write that character off either as a gag, because at first that was just a gag at first, and we just kind of ran with it. We didn't really question it because it was the first season. Was it first season? It was like the first or second arc of like Naruto, so a lot of people didn't give a rat's ass, and we was all kids at that time. So, and we was at that era where the internet still wasn't like there yet per se. The internet was there in 2006, but it wasn't there yet. There was no real like influencer. YouTuber was like a joke thing. Yeah, so like I wouldn't I wouldn't encourage making a character like that at all, because they're just gonna bring mental illness into like in everything, and these people do not let go of anything. Hello, Grace, what's going on? Yeah. Hero story, you inspired someone to do what exactly? Like, are you applying something you mean? Are you applying something that we're saying too, or? I don't know. The bottom half always looked like a mess compared to the top half. Yep. Okay, I get what you're saying. Like, I would never. I don't think I would ever. Like, if I was a mangaka of today making a shonen, I would not write those type of characters, just to avoid the headache. And these people are so insane to the point that even if you don't write that character, they'll be mad if you don't write the character. But if you do write that character, and that something bad happens to that character, or anything negative comes across that character, you're bringing some type of phobic to that person, or you're being some type of phobic. Like, then I'm best not just writing this character at all. I'd rather you just make your headcanon and go away than you just making some accusation. This is the weirdest thing. It's like when they ask me, why don't you draw men, and then they don't bother to look. Right? It's kind of like that. That just tells me that you're not really into it, you're just here to fight. And these people will make up a headcanon for like virtually no reason, for the sake of the argument, just to argue for the sake of an argument. They don't really care. Right? Man. Well, what's up, Grace? What's going on? I think there's not a lot of people in today because I think the way I named the title, so the keywords are really very obscure. Okay, so this is pretty much day 2. But I feel like it's not as unified as it should be. Maybe I should use a bigger brush, just to see how much I can... It feels more... I have that feeling. I actually have that feeling, but it feels like it was a bit rushed. Because I think Horikoshi was very aware that the MHA anime was like, it felt like it was overwhelming its stay, and I think why that is not because the popularity of the anime. I think what happened is because of the shippers and the insane people, and he was getting sick of these people to a degree, and then also because of that was weighing down the popularity. Oh, he was? He's getting sick? I think that what you meant, like he's getting sick. Hey Ian, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. That makes sense. It makes sense. Day 2 rendering study. Day 2 of rendering studies. Really? It was that bad? What is it that he has? Is it something that is diagnosable, or is there something really bizarre? I don't think death threats help too when you're constantly being threatened all the time too. Because some insane blue hair don't wanna read your manga. Has it gotten worse since then? You see this? It looks like the front of it's like the crotch is just like widening. Yeah, I don't know if it looks weird. It looks weird. I want to see how Reno Sensei has it. Let me see. So his is a lot more just simple. I think I overcomplicated it a little bit. So what I'll do is take... So it's pretty... Yeah, I guess it was 3 years ago. I guess that's not considered recent or far, but that's not good. How does he have it? for other mangaka or just him? I think this came out okay. I gotcha. Okay. That's good. He didn't announce any new anime he's making, right? Okay. This came out okay. Not perfect, but okay. For round 2. This is round 1. A little bit more minimal. I think round 1 from day 1 was a lot more minimal. When I first approached this. This one's a little bit more chaotic, I'm not even gonna lie. I'll say I came to find scenes that I would have added an arc. Oh yeah, that would have been nice. That would be nice if they did do to the US. I wonder if they would actually put like real established heroes in the manga. They probably have to ask permission from Marvel and them. That would have been really cool. Kind of crazy to see Deku shaking hands with Spider-Man or something. You know what? It would be also cool. They could have mixed Marvel into this because remember the Accords thing that happened? So since the Accords happened, the government is allowing heroes to have a license and some of this stuff. That'd be kind of cool. And you can see the difference between like how hero society is like in the U.S. compared to the Japanese, and I'm pretty sure there'll be a stark difference compared to what we see from MHA. Really? Oh, wait, is that the wooden guy? You're talking about I forgot his name, but the guy with the wooden face. I think Horikoshi said he was inspired by Spider-Man, the way he was like designed. Okay. Oh, damn. Is this in the second season or is it in the manga? Can't use your quirk. Like, you can't use your quirk in certain zones of the cities or urban cities, or you can't like patrol at a certain time, or you have to. Will be like a very annoying inconvenience. Especially the inclusivity part. Oh god, that should. It would have been funny if Horikoshi figured out a way for them to go to the US and then see how much the wokeism is an irritant. Then we have like one. Okay, we should be back. The internet dropped. I think that's what this keeps causing this issue. Welcome back. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay. What's today? Today's Saturday. Okay, Saturday. Alright, let's see. I would. I'm gonna try use him. Now I'm not using Randall Tuna's video on this. I'm gonna see what I can pull off from this. Yeah. Just you need a license to fly, I guess. I think they'll do that. I'm pretty sure they would do that in Japan. They would give you a license to fly. Oh, they find their quirks like problematic or not natural or something, like some type of religious group or extremist group. Thinking that quirks is a problem, and those who have it should try to get rid of it or something. I would put it. I would, to be honest, I would if I were to write that, I would write that as like an extremist type thing. Like a religious extremist type thing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Because the one with the what do they call them? Mutants? Is it mutants? I think they refer to them as mutants. I would I would make more of like a religious reason. How far the religious compared to the, because that one was like a socio economical situation, like a. Yeah, I can see I can see people join that cult to a degree. Yeah, like I would actually look at it that way. Like I would refer it to that. Like that makes more sense. Like why people like that would literally. Oh god, that's a horrible. Why people would actually go for that religion more faster than some economic situation. Or well, there's economic, or it's like something about social issues, social justice problems. I think that's more justified why people would want to get rid of a cork. No one wants to be a toilet, you know what I'm saying? Or a spritz, or a spritz bottle. This just sounds horrendous and annoying. Hey, bro. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. What's going on? Hello. Wait, am I using... Wait, what brush am I using? Oh, I'm using the soft brush. My bad. I was like wondering why does it look so... Oh my god, the whole time I was using the soft brush. No wonder it looks kind of weird. Well, since I'm technically just freestyling at this point, I guess we can do a little bit of reactions. I think the piano...
Bandai Namco.
I think the piano really brings in a lot.
Who just dropped the new gameplay trailer for Sword Art Online Echoes of Ancrad. If you watched my last video on this game, you already know I was cautiously optimistic. But what they just showed in this trailer, this changes things a little bit.
Okay, so this
They revealed a system nobody saw coming. Honestly, this isn't just a cool combat mechanic. This might be the feature that sets the tone for every new Bandai Namco RPG going forward. So let's break it down a bit. And you kind of saw it a little bit in some of the games. Quick recap. If you missed the last video, the announcement gave us custom characters, no Kirito.
I'm not gonna lie. I would find it kind of odd that... I would find it not odd, but I would find it kind of shocking if they didn't use any form of AI whatsoever in this for the mechanics and stuff. Given how Sword Art Online... It's Peter Jean. Who the fuck is that? I don't know who that is. Given how Sword Art Online always focused so much on AI stuff, especially the Alexation arc, and like the whole thing in general. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Hopefully, it like people say the arc raiders, the monsters, or at least the NPCs are running on AI, but I don't know how true that is. You didn't forget, but he definitely forgot why he did the whole thing. That was the most craziest thing ever. When Bro said, "Why did you do all this?" He said, "I don't remember." Yep.
Milestone-based progression, and that wild death game mode that actually deletes your save if you die. I will actually link that breakdown in the description if you want the full picture. But because today we're focused on what's new, we're covering 4 things in this video: the switch system, what the combat actually reveals, the partner AI mechanics, and what this all means heading into the July 10th launch.
Yeah.
And here's what really gets interesting. The headline of this entire trailer is one major mechanic, and most of the reaction videos out there doesn't break it down properly or fully. It's called the switch system. Once you understand what it actually does, you'll see why this game is a completely different beast from every SAO game that came out before it. And here's the deal. Battles in Echoes of Anacron revolve around the switch system. You seamlessly shift rows and chain attacks by alternating between yourself and your autonomous partner mid-combat. So you're not just running around with an AI companion that does its own thing, you're co-piloting an attack flow. You trigger the switch, your partner takes the lead, you reposition, you switch back, the combo continues. It's row swapping in real time. This particular feature actually reminds me of East X Nordic's, its partner system essentially. But I want to talk about why does this matter. In most action RPGs, your companion is basically a glorified buff stick. They do their own attacks, they might heal you, maybe throw out a special, once in a while. The switch system kind of flips that a little bit differently. Your partner becomes a second combat identity that you're actively managing through your swaps. Tank to DPS swap mid-combo. Healer to burst window swap. The build variety just doubled. Now here's the part that actually sold me in the original Sword Art Online, the anime, the source material, the switch was an actual term that players use. It's what they called out to teammates mid-fight to swap aggro, swap rows, keep the combo flowing. They are literally building a core combat mechanic around terminology pulled directly from the source material. And it shows that Bandai Namco is really trying to really hone in on that feeling. And that attention to detail is absolutely crazy. Like I said in my previous video, and it's been a good chunk of time frame since I actually played any of the Sword Art Online past games like Fractured, I think it's Fractured Daybreak and Fatal Bullet and some of the other ones out there. And when it comes to the anime, the last time I watched the anime was back when Gun Gale Online released. So yes, if there's any particular things that y'all may have noticed that may be in the other games or further in the anime, let me know in the comments. But so far from my knowledge, I'm like, this is actually pretty cool, especially for somebody who's coming back into the material. Imagine if they apply this to games like Naruto or other IPs like One Piece or anything like that. 2 characters, 1 player, real synergy combat instead of other arena fighters. If I'm not mistaken, Tales of Arise does something similar to this. But that's where my head goes when I see this kind of design.
I think that's a little bit of a problem for most anime games. They too much, I think, ever since the Tenkaichi series was such a big thing, I think too much anime games rely too much on the battle arena thing. I get it, but like I think it's overused too much. I think they rely on that way too much. I don't know if that's just me. I feel like they do, but I don't know.
But I want to talk about the combat because this trailer was very quick. The trailer dropped was about almost 1:30 of in-engine combat, and I didn't really see too much UI on the screen. And I want you to think about what that means for a second. No health bars, no hotbar, no damage numbers. They're confident enough in the readability of this combat that they don't need any of that to sell the trailer. That can be a flex in itself. Now, of course, when the game actually comes out, there's going to be health bars. There's going to be the, opening up the inventory menu. There's going to be stuff like that. But this trailer alone just showcased that it was just strictly just combat. They just wanted to really hone in on that combat. In my last video, I was going on and on and on about how this is a full action RPG, not another arena fighter dressed up in Ironcrod's clothing. This is not a Souls-like. The trailer just kind of proved that. The attack chains are visible in motion, light into heavy, heavy into a switch, partner picks up the chain, you re-engage, it flows. That actually flows the way you want SAO combat to flow. The animation quality is genuinely impressive. The weapon weight feels right. You can see the difference between a sword and shield stance and a two-hander stance and how the character moves around the world, which, by the way, ties right back to the no dual wield rule from the last video. Now, of course, a lot of you commented that there are some individuals who had a dual wielding mechanic, but from my knowledge, like I said, I think Kirito had it specially. That was his signature dual blade. He popped out the secondary sword in the middle of a dungeon in the anime back in season 1, and it was just like, oh, but that also shows why the dual wielding is not on the table for us custom characters, because it seemed like it was exclusive to Kirito. And honestly, after seeing how clean these animations are, I'm fine with that. But where I really want to point out is the environment. Ironclad's first floor in this trailer looks lived in. This isn't a sterile arena with a pretty skybox. There's foliage, there's elevation changes, there are NPCs at a distance, there's atmosphere. And for a game that's promising, so far we only got 2 floors, and then towards the end of the trailer they showcased that there is going to be expansion DLC, meaning they could expand into further floors or just something similar of that nature. The level of environmental detail at the floor 1 tells me that they're taking the world seriously, not just the combat. And this is where it starts to get real. But real quick, before I get into the partner AI breakdown, I need to hear from my community. Drop in the comments which switch combo you're most hyped to pull off. Tank the DPS, healer burst windows, counter into a launch. I'll be reading every single reply. Let me know what you're cooking up, but let's get back into it. So we already knew about Aori, the Wise Men, and Argo from the announcement. What's new is how they actually function in combat, and this is important. The trailer confirms that partners are autonomous. They are not command driven. You don't open a menu, tell them what to do. They make their own combat decisions in real time, and your job, your actual skill expression, is timing the switch around what they are doing. So you're reading your partner the same way you read a co-op teammate. When are they about to commit? When are they vulnerable? When's the perfect window to take over and chain it to your own combo? If you remember from season 1 in the anime, they did something very similar to this. Kirito and Asuna would do something like this, and all the other guys and gals would do something like this, where they're checking the windows to see when it's time to come in and save their friends, and to make sure that they don't get killed. Because at the end of the day, like in the show, death means death, like in this. So you want to be able to try to save your mans. This puts Echoes of Ankara way closer to something like Tales of Rise boost strike system than to Final Fantasy VII Remake's command-based combat. And honestly, that's the right call, because SAO is supposed to feel reactive. It's supposed to feel like you're in the moment with your party. Menu-driven competitive commands would have killed that fantasy. And here's the replayability angle nobody's talking about yet. Different partners have different combat behaviors, which means different switch timing windows, which means effectively different combat. Running with Argo, you're getting a fast utility-focused flow. You can run with the Wise Men, you're getting a defensive counter flow. That is the feature that keeps the game relevant even on YouTube and Twitch for months and possibly years. One open question that I've still got can you switch to Kirito or Asuna in story
SAO vid
moments?
got called Prep for making a comment on the SAO vid.
If yes, then that could be a massive fan service moment for the diehards. If no, then sure, that's a design statement saying that this is your story, not theirs.
I guess he was correcting someone. They call you Prep. That happened to me. I was correcting. Like I had that same problem with someone on one of my drawings.
Before we get to that, but let's bring it all together.
Yes,
right? Because the Switch system,
I came across someone like this before. I came across someone like that before. Like I was literally like they was looking. Okay, so someone looked at one of my drawings of what's her face from Gacha Ikuda, the one in the onesie, and someone liked the video, and they left like Gege looking at his hand saying I need a calm down type gift, and I told bro to calm down, it's not that serious, LOL. And then someone says to that person something about them being sus as hell. I gotcha. And like they said something to them saying that she's 8 or something, she's like an 8-year-old or something like that. They made the wrong and all I told them is the person's like 15, and all I said, oh, just to let you know the person's 15 from the show. Like, I'm not even justifying anything that dudes say, I'm just letting you know the person's 15, not 8. I don't know where any 8-year-old looks like that, per se. And then they instantly just accused me of being a pred because I corrected them on a character's age. That's it. Well, I said the person's just 15, just that they're not 8-year-old. Here's the thing, they only commented towards only my comment. Oh god. That shit was wild. I was like, bro, are you serious? I can't just correct someone in the chat? I mean in the comment section? I was not even referring to whoever they was arguing about. I just literally said, bro, it's just like, just let you know that the character's 15 or 16. They're not 8 years old. And somehow that was a dog whistle for them. That too, but like it's like they literally got mad at me because I corrected them on the character's age. I was like, I'm not even talking. I was not even talking about what they was even arguing with that person with. I just said the person's just 15.
It's bigger than just one game. What I'm watching here is a template. If the Switch system works in Echoes of Aincrad, if it lands, if it feels good, if reviewers come back from launch saying the combat is the best part, this isn't
they're
just
usually
mechanic
just telling on
anymore.
themselves
This
half
becomes
the
the
time.
new Bandai Namco RPG combat blueprint. Imagine a Switch system in a Naruto game, like I said earlier. You and a teammate swapping mid-jutsu. Real combo synergy instead of another arena fighter. Imagine if it's in a One Piece game, Luffy and a crew member chaining attacks together. Imagine in Demon Slayer with
They usually
breathing
don't.
form
They just want
synergies
to
that
argue.
only trigger on a Switch.
They think in their heads that's their way of saving the world.
Can be quite massive. This is a massive statement, and it tells me that Bandai Namco isn't just making a fan service game here. They're swinging for the fences. Now, and I want to be honest with you, that's what we do here. I'm not pretending that this is a guaranteed win. Switch systems live or die on responsiveness. If there's input delay on the swap, if the partner AI gets stuck in animation locks, if the timing windows are too tight or too forgiving, the entire combat philosophy kind of collapses on itself. We don't actually know until people get hands-on with this game. So watch closely for any beta announcements, any hands-on previews, any closed playtests. That's when we'll know if the foundation is real or if it's just a really good trailer. So let's kind of recap real quick. There's the Switch system. Partner role swapping built directly from Sword Art Online source material. The combat footage was confident enough to just look great. It looked very good in my entire time watching that a minute 30. I'm like, this is what I'm looking for. The animations, the environments are genuinely impressive. Partner AI, there's the autonomous reactive replayability through different partner pairings. The bigger picture is this could be a template that could redefine every new anime IP that Bandai Namco owns. Last video I told you I was cautiously optimistic, and after watching this trailer, I'm leaning more towards I'm a bit more hyped, but I'm still watching for any Switch responsiveness, combat variety at the floors, and whether they actually deliver all floors at launch and not just as a roadmap promise. July 10th can't come fast enough.
Come
but
on.
let me know.
Bro. Come on, man. You can't be serious. Are you really saying that? Are you really think they're gonna give you every floor off rip on first game in the big 2026? Are you serious? Are you serious? You don't think they're gonna try to nickel and dime you for every floor if possible? Like they're giving expansion DLC pack, starter pack, all these armor packs and shit. Like they even said death game mode near early unlock. Like, come on. They're going to give you the first, like, probably 25 floors. Because I think there's, like, a total of 100, if I remember right. So they're going to first give you the first 25 floors. And you have to wait till either a DLC or they're going to... Yeah, they're gonna make you do 25 floors, or probably 20 floors. But 25 floors first, and then the next season will be the next 25. Right? That's insane. Like, you really think they're gonna let you just give you the whole game off rip? That's the whole premise of the game, almost, like, other than the death part. The death part and the 100 floors thing is the whole point, right? So they will not give you the whole 100 floors on the first day. They're going to nickel and dime you. So this season will be like 25, because they even have expansion DLC pack, right? So you have 25 floors, and then when you get first to the 25, that's like your level cap. So like level 25 is probably the highest level, or something like that, or probably 35, or something like that. And then when the that season's over, the next 2-3 months passes, they're gonna drop the next one, and it's gonna open the next 25. So that's most likely what's gonna happen. They're gonna just nickel dime you when they can. They're not going to. They need to make money, and they're gonna try to make as much money as possible off this, especially off this IP. So I'm not gonna put it past them at all in the slightest, or so. Not really sure what that means. We're pretty much done here. We don't have to listen to this anymore.
So Fred Cat.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn off TikTok because TikTok, is constantly having a problem. So I'm going to stop TikTok and we can actually listen to some crazy stuff as I work. We'll stop around 7 o'clock, and then I don't know. Maybe I can get the chance to play some game. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm gonna stop TikTok later. TikTok. I'm smelling something in my nose, like some form of some type of detergent or something. I'm smelling detergent. I don't know why.
So Fred Cat.
So this one's from Maury. Dirty dishes, bro. This is from Maury, and it says here, the Skeeter Jeans situation is disgusting. I don't know who that is. Never heard of them, or who they are, or what the case may be, but we're going to figure out who this person is.
Skeeter John is getting mass roasted in his comments for catching a pred at his 90-year-old aunt's birthday party and bringing her adult diapers as a gift. I'm confused. Did Skeeter John bring the 90-year-old aunt adult diapers, or did the predator of the aunt bring her adult diapers? I wonder. According to OP, out of all of his videos, he has only gotten 3 people convicted, and Skeeter John currently has 329 videos. I'm not sure if all of them are pertaining to pred catching, but yeah.
Heavy, thank you so much.
All right, here we are.
Yep, the big night.
So he's at the pred catcher's 90-year-old grandma's birthday. Oh my god.
Hey, how we doing?
This is crazy, right, man?
A big 90th birthday party going on here. Okay.
Bro, why does he look like that guy from Dune, bro? He literally looks like the guy, the floating fat blob from the planet where all those guys' skins are white.
I know. Yeah. Right on here. So we have these balloons here for you. Looks like
is that the grandma right
who we have on the reservation was
is that her right
Stanford. Actually ordered some balloons. I don't know where you guys want these.
If there ever was a pitch perfect example of what a predator looks like, this would be it. This would definitely be it.
Stanford.
Oh my! I think he knows.
Yeah, was there a Stanford here? Oh, you're Stanford. Oh, well, yeah. We have the delivery here for the balloons. We have the birthday gift here. We'll just sit those there.
Wow.
Those will work.
So basically, he's here to catch a pred, and I guess he's gifting his 90-year-old.
You can go look at my show, my reels
but
on
in
that.
the comments, people are saying, I feel so bad for the aunt. It could be possibly her last birthday, and it ends with her finding out her nephew is a PDF. It's also incredibly unfortunate because even if she's able to celebrate more birthdays, she and the family will always be reminded of this incident. Kind of wish Skeet could have done this approach differently, or at least do it when the PDF is by himself. One person said, roughest 38 I've seen in my life.
Yeah, I think this was not a smart move on Skeeter's behalf. This is not smart because now what's happening is, even though you're catching him doing something bad, this is why this whole internet thing is a problem. This is why I have an issue with these catch a predator guys. They don't really think out the whole situation out. Now, I have no issue with them trying to catch predators per se. I have a problem on how they do it, because what happens is it puts other people at risk. Not the predator, but the other people at risk. So, like, for instance, like the Vitality thing. Instead of working with law enforcement, he's just doing his own damn thing. And because there was no oversight, that chick ruined that dude's life. Or, I don't know if his life is actually ruined, but, like, the fact that Vitaly and others been saying that they made a mistake, but even though he's still suing them, which he should be sued because Vitaly's a moron. These are the situations that can happen if there's no oversight and no like government like reach in this particular thing, because this is a heinous crime. This is not like, oh, he jaywalked. This is someone who did things to young kids, right? So like I I hope not. But like the thing is, to do this at this lady's birthday is kind of horrendous. Now, like he said, every time she has a birthday, this is gonna be reminding her of this, because now, not only that, he didn't even bother block the faces of these ladies. You notice that, right? That he didn't block the faces of these ladies. Now, because this is her grandson, these ladies are associated by him. And we all know how, if you're associated with someone who's doing something heinous, by default you kind of get the blowback as well, right? Even though these are old ladies and no one's really, I don't think anyone's going to harass them because they're old. And like, they're old. So what can they do? So yeah, this can cause a well, you gotta be a student to get that. It can lead to someone getting a heart attack. Yeah, and it's in the descriptions. It's in the playlist descriptions, in the descriptions. But yeah, this is a problem. I think this is a real issue. I don't think this is a good idea. Yes.
Whoa. He definitely could pass for a really horribly aged 50-year-old, someone in their 50s, someone said 60s. Anyway.
Could I show you this over here?
Here he is.
Yeah, it's right over here.
Skeeter gets him out.
Okay, so I also did have to just have a word with you about just some messages. Yeah, so this would be something you sent to him. And looks like that's your dog there. You told me he was.
Man,
I was talking to him about. He wanted me to meet, he wanted me to meet him, but I keep saying I can't. I just wanted to talk to him to make sure he was like, okay,
Okay.
Oh
wow.
Did say that,
having
yeah.
problems in school and stuff. And I was just trying to help him.
Oh wow, you were just trying to be a father figure, right? A role model, someone to help him get through his mental health issues as a gay young child in school. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Oh, okay, buddy.
I suppose people have with this video is encapsulated by this. One comment, someone said this one kind of makes me sad. F the bread. The aunt deserved better for her 90th birthday. Another person said, poor aunt, what a way to celebrate your 90th. Another person said, why bring the family into it?
Yeah, that's wild.
Last birthday or someone's last family gathering. I've been here such a long time and I've watched every video, but I can't watch this one. So it seems like a lot of people are angry at Skeeter John about this. Another person said, I don't know about this one. Not cool for the elderly woman. One person said, I'm conflicted. I know this weirdo deserves humiliation, but damn, I feel so bad for that family.
What did you hear? What did you hear?
Gonna die relatively soon with that last memory of this dude. So listen, I have nothing against Gideon, Skeeter John, or most of these pred catching guys. Sure, if you can get creeps and weirdos off the streets, go for it. As long as you're working with police officers and
there it is. That's what I said. I keep saying this, and for some weird reason, people get mad when I say this. It's a very weird thing. I have no issue for these people trying to catch predators. I have no issue with that. I wholeheartedly give anyone who does this, but like I would like for them to do it in the proper channels, so there's no one gets hurt. The people outside of the person who's either a victim or people who are connected to the perpetrator does not get hurt, because they may not know what the hell this person did. Most people don't know what these people are usually doing in their free time. You know what I'm saying? It's very rare, right? But I know people are going to bring up the whole David situation where he paid off people and stuff, but that's a different story compared to a normal dude. You know what I'm saying? Right? So what they should do is work with law enforcement, so when they do their sting operation, no one gets hurt unnecessarily in the long run. But the problem with these YouTubers, they don't think that far. They ruin the lives of the people outside of that, not the people not the perpetrator who's causing the trouble, right? So like I said, the Vitaly situation with the dude, with the chick who didn't do her due diligence by telling the dude that if she was a child or not, and because of that. Oh jeez, that's not good. Hey, Mighty. But like that, this is why this problem is an issue. And then what's gonna be even more crazy is that young people are gonna see this and think this is smart to do. And that's where that problem comes in right there. Hey, Brian, what's going on, bud? That's where that problem comes in. But when you say this, for some weird reason in their strange headcanon, they think this is somehow trying to protect the individual when it's not. What the hell? So. Oh god, that's still scary. Just the fact that he left with another kid to get popsicles is scary. That is insane.
Cash spreads. However, as according to OP, they're saying Skeeter John has only convicted 3 people. I don't know if this claim is true or not, but I will say that the primary motivation for a lot of this content is views. So obviously, if it didn't pay, it didn't get views.
Yes. What most people don't realize, the reason why most of these men or these, not even men, but these these content creators do this is not because they actually want to get rid of the predator. They just do it because they can get money. That's it. Ignorance. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people do this.
They would be doing something different. And I believe that's the problem a lot of people have with this content. They think it's misplaced virtue, it's fake, it's sensationalized. Fake in the sense that it's primarily profit driven, right? Then here we have this other video that OP linked about Skeeter John doing a video in the Taco Bell where a manager told him to get out because he didn't want to lose his job. They were trying to do a sting here, and yeah, even the comments were basically railing against him as well. Anyway, here's the part.
Hey, we're actually wondering, would a Paul happen to work here?
Okay, that's right.
Depends why you're asking.
Well, we just have some messages, so say between a Paul that works here and our nephew. Well, I'm a friend of the family. It's his nephew, and he's.
Okay, so this is unfortunately not something I can really deal with at this store, especially since you guys are not law enforcement.
No, I didn't say we were.
Yeah.
See, see that right there is an issue, because if they was working with law enforcement, they would have had either police, a detective, or someone with them. So as soon as that person said, well, you're not law enforcement, I need some identification that you're law enforcement, so you have a warrant or something to that degree, then you can come in, or you can come past the desk, and then we can talk about what's going on here, and we can get to the bottom of this. But because they're just regular Joe Schmo idiots, they're just literally just making accusations after accusations of things that can get this person, actually, quite frank, them doing this, the predator can actually sue the shit out of these people. That's the problem with this. You can actually give power. Now that you made them alert, but what you just did is, this is exactly why EDP is not in jail. This exactly is why EDP is not in jail. That exactly is what this happened. Because the people who exposed EDP for what he was doing, they was not with law enforcement. The shit that he was talking to that little kid about could have got him in jail. But because it was not with law enforcement could not get involved and let him go, because it could have been all faked. It could have been all like for sensation. It could have been sensationalized. All of it was an absolute nothing burger to them, because now the whole thing is tainted. You know what I'm saying? So when you guys did this, for all we know, you guys could be doing a giant prank or bullying someone, for all we know. So we're not going to put our time and resources into that, so that dude ran away with it. That's exactly why you don't do this shit without law enforcement. At least with from How to Catch a Predator back then on NBC or Dateline NBC, they was working with the fucking cops. Right? EDP should be in jail. But because of idiots who did not want to work because they want to get more money and get virtue signaled and stuff like that, they let a potential predator out and still out and about doing whatever the fuck he's doing. Now I know they claim that he's not working and he's having a hard time just getting work. Fine, but like that's still not good enough. He should be in prison. But like it is what it is. This is what happens when you let this shit when people just this is vigilante work. You can't do this shit. People don't listen. But when you say this, somehow in their retard thinking, they really think they're saying that you're protected. How have I said go to jail? I don't know if they were. I don't know about that part. I don't know that part. I just know that because of their bullshit, they got him out. So this is why you don't do this shit unless you have law enforcement, you have a warrant, and you have police officers backing you. So, it is what it is. That's so stupid. Now because you guys come up there to his job, he can sue the shit. If they fire him, he can probably sue the shit out of the job and sue the shit out of the people. Yep. We know the reason is important. Yep.
John not have law enforcement with him with all of his videos? I assume as a content creator, he can't always just ask police to tag along with him anytime he wants to make content, right?
I can't say anything to you guys, unfortunately.
Okay. But isn't that him right there?
Wow.
I'm sorry, I'm not here at the store.
There it is.
Not here at the store? Are you, so you understand what he's asking you about? He's sending inappropriate messages to him.
See, this is the thing. Just because what you know is probably heinous does not give you the right to just... And this is where the problem comes in as well. They think because they have a gotcha on someone that is horrible, which it is horrible what he's doing. The problem is they think because he's doing something horrible, that gives them the right to go past every other rule that is placed in the establishment. That is dumb as shit. That is dumb as hell. Just because you suspect or have evidence that someone did something doesn't give you the right to just bypass everything around you so you can do and say what you want. You know what I'm saying? It's like that funny video I saw on TikTok. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. It's really funny. Like, because the dude is a predator, therefore we can just say and do whatever we want at this point. Like, I get it why that would be a thing, but then again, that is not supposed to do. Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, so here.
Imagine you're talking to some girl and you both are over 18. Y'all both are talking for a while until she says meet her at a park. And you think this person is a legal adult because they stated that they were a legal adult. But then you pull up to the park and the first thing you see is Vitali and his whole crew. And they're not aware that this girl went off script and did not say that she was 16 years old to catch a predator. So they think you're really a predator and they instantly hit you with a left hook. You just start getting beat for no reason by Vitali and his whole crew. And after they're done violating you, you're trying to explain yourself and say that she never said that she was 16. And in this hypothetical scenario, you just happen to be Indian, and as you're trying to speak, they just keep making racist Indian noises. Then as you pull out your phone to show proof that Vitali's decoy never said that she was 16, they proceed to just not listen to you. Right as you try to show them your phone, some random behind the camera says that you deleted the messages, just coming up with any excuse not to believe you. Then the girl shows some messages with a whole nother person saying that that's you. And even after you show proof that that is not you and that's not your Snapchat account, she proceeds to say that you have 2 Snapchat accounts. Which doesn't make any sense at all because the Snapchat account she showed had no evidence that it was you. And even with all that proof that you're not a predator, Vitali
Yes,
and his
leave
crew
your
just proceeds
comments
to
if
troll
it
you and call
didn't.
you a predator.
Leave a
All
comment
because
in
some
the
decoy
video
couldn't
so
do
I
their
know
job
what
right
it
and
is.
just tell the truth. Then not a single person there was actually trying to hear you out. Then it doesn't even end there. You go home just to find your family texting you saying you're a predator and people calling up your job saying you're a predator. You start losing money in your job all because of this. Then when proof comes out that you were telling the truth, Vitali just says, oh, we're sorry, it was a misunderstanding on our end. Fuck no, send that nigga back to prison.
He's right. Send him to prison. Send him back to prison, and that dude should get compensated like $1 million off rip. I'm not even kidding. Dude should get $1 million off Vitali instantly. Get all his fortune for that bullshit. That will annoy because it's hard to learn with no volume. That would be funny. It was so funny. But like, leave,
What do you mean you don't?
leave a comment so we know what confused you. Just saying you're confused doesn't help me help you. You got to like it's like if you're writing a story and I read the story. Oh no, it's like you wrote a story and it's like, can you help me with the story? Okay. And I actually whisper around the horn. He's like, I don't know. I don't know. No, you need money. Not doing it. Need money. That's just how that works. That's how the world works. Please don't ask that question again. Or just look up a reel I did. Yeah, so I don't like. I'm about to pull up the scroll.
You're saying that.
So
The issue here is, guys, because obviously I want to quickly sum it up for you guys. This is the manager. He works at the Taco Bell. Clearly, there's a pred there. Skeeter John wants to, cash in a sting operation for his video, but the manager is saying no, none of that can go on here. And I understand. As a manager of a store, especially if there's no law enforcement here and it's just like some rogue vigilantes trying to make content out of this, I'm not risking my job and my position, getting 15 paid, 20 maybe dollars an hour. I worked up to being a manager at this location just because these guys want to make YouTube content. And someone in the top comment said, the manager just doesn't want to lose his job. Really can't blame him in this economy. Facts. Another person said he wasn't defending, bro, but just didn't want to get fired, bro. Like, in this day and age, in this economy, everybody keep your jobs. Keep your jobs as best as you can. Another person said, I'm glad the comments are defending the Taco Bell worker. He's just a young man trying to do his job. And another one said, respectfully, the manager did his job. He gave the help he could. And okay, guys, for clarification, the guy behind the desk may or may not have been the manager. I think a lot of viewers likely mistook him for being the manager, which is not a big deal. But here's the part where he actually got kicked out of the Taco Bell because clearly they didn't want any of that in the store.
Coming out, we're probably not going to get stalked doing it.
Check this out, guys. It's not about protecting him. It's just...
Oh my God, that's the problem right there, and this is why these social justice idiots ruin it. This is why the word predator is overused and just lose its meaning. This is why exactly Sinkuno is winning in a way that you guys do not like. You just said he's protecting him. He's at his fucking job. What do you want him to do? You want him to just throw everything that the job taught him to not do, and do everything for you so you can make some type of content. Are you fucking serious? This dude's an idiot. Like, you really just said he's protecting him. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, bro, like, I understand you trying to catch a dude and he did something horrendous. I get that. I have no problem with it that you're trying to catch him, but you're doing it the wrong way. Get the fucking law enforcement. Get a warrant. That's what a warrant's for. These people don't know, like, get a fucking warrant. Like, they don't have to get a warrant at his job. They'll get a warrant at his house. Yes, they don't know if this is a big prank. We don't know this is a prank. They don't know. You can say he said a bunch of things. We don't know you hate this man. You're probably crazy. We don't know who you are. This is stupid. This is beyond retarded because don't get me wrong. Predators need to be under the jail, you know what I'm saying? But, like, you have to do this the right way. This is exactly why in My Hero Academia, they have licenses and shit like this, because if you don't, chaos will ensue. Yes, like, these two could be lying for all we know. How do we not know these two are just two crazy individuals who just picked this man out for no random reason? Right? Right? That shit's stupid. Like, don't get me wrong. Anyone who's a predator should be, like, taken out of society. And I get it. But you have to understand, there are vicious, evil people who will throw someone's life under the bus just for some views. You'd be surprised how insane people truly are if they had the audacity, they had the ability to ruin someone's life and get paid for doing it for no reason whatsoever, because, or especially if they don't think they're gonna get caught or they're not gonna get as much flack. You'd be surprised how many people will throw some stranger they don't know under the bus, especially if they're a stranger, because there's no emotional, moral compass at all, or connection or humanity in them to actually care. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie. I forgot what it's called, but it's like this dude goes up to this random house and he asked this random married couple to press a button. And he said, if you press a button, you get $10 million or $100 million, some high ass number of money. But from pressing this random button, somewhere around the world, someone gets fucking offed. They get unalived. Somehow, they get deleted. And the couple at first, it was like, we should press it. But it was like, what, someone dies. You want to get murdered to get someone? And then there was this big moral thing of why they... I think so, you know what I'm talking about. It's an old movie. It came out in 2000, probably 14, 13, is a while back. But like, it literally was about the morality of, would you destroy a human's life just for some money? And especially if you can get away with it. Type shit. And then it came out to be some sci-fi movie or some shit like that. I'm not going to spoil it for you if you want to go see it. But it oh, let's see. I'm not even sure what that's about, to be honest. Anyway, so yeah. This is stupid. These guys are dumb.
Choice. I do have to ask you guys to leave.
Okay.
I can't have you here anymore.
Okay. Well, we'll just have to notify, just have the police come out then, since we know he's here.
That is perfectly okay. That is completely up to every one of your rights. But I just talked to my boss and...
Right.
And Paul's aware of that will have to escalate it to that.
Paul is aware, yes.
Okay.
Oh,
So he'd rather talk to
I can't tell you, because if somebody may actually want to go see that movie.
the police and just...
Correct.
Okay.
Can I just get clarity? You said that
So yeah, they clearly don't want any of this, you know, what Skeeter John typically does going down at their Taco Bell location, which is valid. I mean, people, you know, regional managers, however Taco Bell operates their franchises, they don't want this being attached to the brand, so clearly they're not going to have this being happening in the store. As another commenter highlighted, they say, I don't think the manager was defending anyone. I think this was...
No, it's just a person.
A crazy interaction that he wasn't prepared to have. I mean, good God, everybody. Listen, these are just 9 to 5 regular people going into work, going into their jobs. They're not prepared to have a YouTuber slash pred catcher coming in and like doing this, catching them off guard. And back over to Reddit. You know, the top comment here says, I'm very much convinced that the modern predator catching genre is just the metastasized version of the 2016's prank epidemic.
Correct. Correct! Oh my god! Whoever wrote that is a genius. Holy shit, yes. You are not wrong. What we're looking at is literally 2015, between 2013 to fucking 2016 with the, it's just a prank bro type shit. Oh my god. Or like over dramatized shit. Thank you. Holy shit. Whoever wrote that is a fucking genius. Oh my god. I knew when I saw the first video of these type of shit's been popping up on Twitter, I knew this was gonna go wrong. I knew this was gonna go wrong.
For people like Vitaly, of course. Both have zero care about who they are affecting with their actions and who is involved, as well as doing undue harm onto the prankee, because this, and I quote, sting, sure, just feels like a prank. These guys are working with probably very little formal evidence, no warrant, and doing it all in front of either the public or families, making this all a clear public humiliation ritual for clicks. What evidence does this guy even have? I don't know if Skeeter, John, or Gideon ever showed the evidence that they have, but the one thing I will say is, though, you should probably start blurring other people's faces, like family or friends.
Oh my god, thank you.
Who don't know anything about what their friend is doing behind the scenes, because that is embarrassing. Like, you're kind of f***ing with their public image. They go on to say, and while I understand wanting to be cruel to predators, there is a reason police are not allowed to beat, humiliate, and intentionally cause suffering, although I do recognize they usually don't care because it's innocent until proven guilty. They also don't typically perform arrests in situations like this because that creates public spectacle. Doing this intentionally in front of family and disrespecting the 90-year-old woman makes this clear this isn't about catching a predator. It's about a new, and I quote, safe target to humiliate online for clicks.
Correct.
However, predator catchers do the
And
same.
you notice something half the time when these people do catch someone, of a certain like race or ethnicity, they tend to just make fun of their whole race in general. You notice that? It doesn't matter if they're white. They could be black too. You notice that they whenever the person is a predator and they are guilty of whatever, they do make fun of them for their race and everything, their looks, their race, their like all the stuff that Twitter has a problem with, and probably even Blue Sky. All that goes out the window once the person is a predator. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be made fun of. I'm not saying that whatsoever. What I'm saying is these people think because, like he said, they are a safe target to fuck with because they are the scum of the world, right? So once you're the scum of the world, your opinion does have no merit, even if it's right. You know what I'm saying? Just like the dude who was accused of being a specific way from Vitaly, when the dude said that the chick never said anything of the sort, then Vitaly started realizing, oh shit, I'm gonna get sued. Once the dude said, "Oh shit, the bitch did not tell him that he was, she was of like underage." Fuck, that's what just happened.
Stuff injuring, humiliating, and luring predators with little to no evidence because nobody will cry if a pedo is injured, regardless if they actually are one. And you don't get clicks when the police use your data to arrest them properly. So yeah, pretty much nobody's sympathizing with pedos, and that is why this content works so well. Nobody cares about predators if they get injured or embarrassed. And content creators, they know this, and you can capitalize on this. But the issue, with this stuff is if you get it wrong, and you could have ruined someone's life, like Vitaly did recently, and he's getting sued to boot. And then, I guess with guys like Skeeter John, who are, I suppose, they are actually catching real preds with a probably low conviction rate at this point, given he has over 300 videos with only 3 preds actually being convicted. But the real problem comes in is when you're intruding on real people's, like, people within the vicinity, victims who are not the pred. You're filming them, not censoring their faces, and attaching their identities to predators of which they probably didn't even know were predators. One person said, "A predator hunter is back. Color me surprised."
I think
another
only
person
students
here said,
can.
"Last night about 95% were negative and were the top comments." Not anymore though.
I think
LOL,
only
they
students
are
can.
being deleted. So I guess Skeeter John's out here, or his team, deleting comments. Guys, I'm just letting you know, I never delete comments. I barely read comments beyond the first 10 minutes. And if there really are any deleted comments, it's probably YouTube's spam filter. Another person said it's always been clear
Bri, can you I think Bry's there. Can you explain them how to do it? I don't know if the interface is different.
He has been doing this for views and has never given a shit about any real victims. Guys, I just gotta say, any YouTuber doing vigilante crime busting likely does not care about said crime catching. They just want to get views. And I constantly admit this because I'm a YouTuber and I understand the primary motive for a lot of content is like views. I don't understand why content creators are so afraid to admit that. Like, sure, the job is fun, yeah, but if we didn't get views and we couldn't pay our bills, we would literally have to get a 9 to 5.
Because they know, because it's not even because they're afraid to, because people are now aware that authenticity matters more than the actual content. So if you can come off more authentic than every other content creator, that is the golden prize. If I can authentically tell you that I care, then you're going to believe me and do what you please. That's what that is. There you go. Thank you, Bri. Thank you, bud.
Or pivot and do something else, like we're not going homeless and still making content, it wouldn't even be possible. And for this comment right here, guys, they say all these pred catchers used to be public nuisances. Just look at their history.
Yes.
Jan, Ski,
Yes.
all of these guys.
Yes. Yes. All of them are usually just ex-YouTube or Instagram people who got ostracized for the bullshit they was doing, and because what's worse, dealing with someone who's a little bit of a prankster and doing shitty pranks, or a person catching, or what's worse, a person who's making pranks who are horrible at making these prank videos, or someone who's a predator who messes with children. You're gonna pick the prankster nearly every time you get the chance, because you rather deal with him than even associate, much less talk about the other one's name in you know what I'm saying? So what we're looking at is horrible people who got a great idea and then using their horribleness without doing due diligence and making the safeguards in check, do horrible, well, I'm not saying the idea is not bad. It's just like the idea is not executed well because these people don't do due diligence at all. So they just do what they feel like or they think is a good idea. And they don't do no research. They don't get no oversight. They have a team of just as much as horrible people. Remember, they're not just one horrible person with a group of good people who's going to tell them what to do. It's a horrible person with other horrible people who make horrible choices, and then everyone gets destroyed. So, like, it is. Like, yeah, that's what it is. Bad person versus horrible person. Which one's more? But really, it's just a bunch of bad people who's going after someone who is horrible. But the bad people make horrible choices, makes the horrible person look like either the victim or they get away with it. Right? And then no one actually wins in the end. The only one who loses is the victims and potential victims. Because that person who's now being called a bunch of names by these no-name people who don't have law enforcement behind them is going to not only let that person get away with it legally, but they're also going to sue the living shit out of you if you have some type of money. You know what I'm saying? So one, you make the predator get rich, and then two, they become a victim, and then three, they victimize more people. So you're doing more harm than you are doing more good. Do you see this? So because they don't have law enforcement on their hands, they let the predator actually get away with it, sue them, make a lot of money off you, and then two, they end up victimizing more people with money. Great. So you're making mini little Epsteins because you don't know how to ask the police for some help. See how fucking dumb this is? This is why this shit is dumb. I would never encourage this idea of reasoning or thinking without law enforcement involved. Get the police involved. You know what I'm saying? It's not that hard. Right? They go by an island and do more horrible things. Check community on stream and rate the head. What are you talking about?
Videos like to prank people. They don't care about anyone at all. They're so mentally fried, they expect people to believe what they're saying at face value. Like, bro, if a random person comes up to me and tells me that my family member is a pred, I'm not gonna believe them immediately and let them in my house or allow them to talk to my family. We live in an age of YouTubers who lie and make shit up for clout. My first thought would be, this dude isn't a cop.
You have to be a student. Dude, if you're asking for any form of help, you have to be a student. Become a student. My mod told you exactly how to become a student. If you want to get any help from me, you have to be a student. So if you don't become a student, I will not help you. That's just how that works. You have to pay to become a student. If you cannot be, then you're not getting no help. Sorry. If the only thing as you getting help is watching the tutorials, go watch tutorials. If the tutorials are too, then you're getting no help. That's just how it works. Do you go to a Starbucks and give them a paper bag and some like marbles and a used wrapper and say, I don't got no money, will this suffice? No, they're gonna look at you and say, get the fuck up out of here. Either have the money or don't. I'm not even trying to be rude. It's just like you're just asking a strange question. Like, I think it's because it's not organization, so therefore they think because I'm not some brand and or business, they can just come up to me and just give me stuff for free. This is exactly why these companies has built this type of individual to want things for free. Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, I have bills and shit to pay. I'm a teacher. You don't go up to your teacher and just say, teach me for free if they're not getting paid. Like, if you know, you think teachers do work for free? No, they get paid from I think from the school, but like I think it's also from taxpayers' money. But you get what I'm saying. The whole point is if you don't got money, you don't get help. So I made a free version of that. So the free version is the YouTube videos. It's in the little description. It's in the playlist. There are several of them. There's not one, there's several of them. Some of them are old, some of them are brand new. You can see based on their year when they came out. I think there's like 3 of them that are brand new or 4 of them that's this year. So go check those if they help you. But if they don't help you, leave a comment on how they don't help you in the video so I know what to make next time if I make a video. So at least it might answer your question. It may not be right away, but it will probably answer your question in a future video for people who are not able to pay to become a student. You know what I'm saying? So the best thing about being a student, you get direct help, you get instant replies, you get instant everything. You get perks as well, depending on what tier it is. But most likely you become a student. You gotta look at the tier system first. There's only 3 of them. It's not even that expensive. It's not that expensive. You're not paying like $10 or anything. It's literally in 1 digits. If you don't got money, I don't know what to tell you.
Probably lying. They just found a socially acceptable way to harass people in public. They enjoy seeing families break down, which is why they want the pred to call their family during the sting. They enjoy involving bystanders and making them uncomfortable. They'll blast innocent people who don't believe them, and they try to ruin their public image too. They want this. That's why this man bought diapers for the granny. He's not a good person and has never been in. As for that scene of him giving the granny diapers or buying her diapers, honestly, guys, looking back at it here,
Birthday party going on here. Yeah. Okay, the big 9-0. Yeah. Right on here. So we have these.
I couldn't find the part.
For you, looks like
I'm not sure if he cut it out or not.
Reservation was a Stanford. Actually ordered some balloons. I don't know where you guys want.
You can actually cut things out post upload
yeah,
on YouTube. Just letting you guys know.
Stanford. Oh, well, yeah, we have the delivery here for the balloons. We have the birthday gift here.
The birthday gift here, I think.
Yeah, I wish I can get coffee for free too. I wish I could get some pizza from Pizza for free, but you know they don't take they don't take candy wrappers for no real reason. You know what I'm saying? They don't take that as currency. You need money. I'm saying like money. Like you don't do this for free. This is I was just talking to someone I know yesterday about commissions, because she was like, she told me that she did a drawing for free, and I told her I was always encouraged, whether you're literally starting or if you're even a full blown professional, if you're gonna draw for someone, don't do it for free. If you're good at something, don't do it for free. Never do it for free. What about pocket lint? You need a pocket full of sand. Coffee farm.
With the diapers.
Great.
They say.
Yeah. Yeah, we just record everywhere we go when we do our.
This is just sad, honestly.
And there's full birthday bag whenever you want to get to it. So it looks like you guys are having a good time anyway. So yeah. How does it feel being the big 9-0? It feels great. But hey,
poor lady.
You're celebrating your 21st, right? And the Stanford, right? Well, just want to shake your hands, sir. Thanks for ordering from us. Do appreciate that. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
that's technically what Gara did to Lee. He just came up to some of the pocket full of sand, bitch.
They're gonna clap, guys. Watch this.
Like the whole name spelled out here. So
that is crazy.
So we got that there. So I see you guys already have a big 9-0.
This is just, I gotta say, this is just, first of all, don't be a weirdo, pedophile, predator. Second of all, guys, Skeeter John, Jidion, if this is the way you create content, please start probably blurring out the faces.
How is that they bring it up like you drew this one person, and then let me see. He says he said otherwise they'll bring it up like you drew for this one person for free and said it was free. Yeah, that's the problem. This is why you never do that shit for free. Never do it. Even if it's $1. $1 is $1, right? It doesn't have to be expensive. You know what I'm saying? I said this to you gotta look at like I always say this, when you're doing commissions or you're trying to do like pricing for your work, you have to look at it like you're playing either Marvel Rivals or like Overwatch, right? So like say you're in a skill match. You wouldn't put, if you're first starting off, you're literally a bronze. You're literally started playing the game just very recently. You never played the game before. You're playing on bronze, right? You do not go to someone and be in bronze match and expect to charge them $200 when you not only just started, but you can barely draw a head, much less an eyeball, and you're saying $200. You look insane, right? So you have to stay within the matchmaking you're in, right? So if you're in a bronze, you should be charging at least, at maximum, in a bronze type skill set, at max $20 is your max. $20 is your max. Maybe even 15. I was saying $15. $15 is your max. Your mid should be at least probably $750, and your lowest is $350. You know what I'm saying? $350, $750, $15. Those are, I think that's reasonable. To if you're in bronze, if you're a platinum, your beginning should be, say, $20. Your mid should be I'll say 25, and then your max should be 30. Right? And then when you have like diamond, you can go from $40 to $55 to, I'm just spitballing like an idea. $55 to at max 60. And then when you're grandmaster, you can say, okay, or you're master, I'm using Overwatch. You're at master, right? So it should be at rip $60. Your mid should be 70, and your max should be 80. If you're grandmaster, you should be charging at least 120. Mid should be 150, and your max should be 200. And then if you're even past grandmaster, which is, I think there's a higher tier to that, at beginning 200, mid 250, and at max 300. Now that depends on art style, backgrounds. If you do backgrounds, that might be an extra. That makes it even more extra. Backgrounds, backgrounds, art style, and overall just your rendering. Your rendering will actually determine even more what you can charge from that point, right? Because if your rendering is like a Rhino tuna, like I'm trying to get to that point here. Like I'm trying to get to that type of like semi-realistic type rendering. If you can pull that off in your second nature of like how to do that, then if you're grandmaster and higher, or just say you're grandmaster and you have Rhino's tuna like levels of like professionalism, rip, your beginning should be at least $500. I'm not even kidding. $500. Mid should be $600, and then your max should be $700. Yep, $2 for a cool stick figure with sunglasses. Now if it's super rendered, that'd be $10. Right? That's how you should actually look at your commissions. That's how you should price yourself. Now, if you still don't know how to begin on your like how to do commissions, you can start with the best way to do this is start where you live in, the state you live in, right? So based on the state you live in, what is minimum wage? That's your first beginning price as a bronze user. So if you don't know how to price, start with minimum wage, right? So like say your minimum wage is like say $7.50, right? Or say $8. So that's your baseline. Is minimum wage is $8, right? I'm using an example, $8, and then you can work your way up within your bronze level with as your base as $8, right? So you don't undercharge yourself or overcharge yourself, right? You're not overcharging and trying to give some insane number because you're being greedy, and you're not undercharging yourself because you think you're worthless. You know what I'm saying? Don't waste your time, right? Know your worth, just like what Silver said. So that's how you know. It's not even that hard.
If you can, of family members, innocent people who don't know anything about this, because none of these people's faces deserve to be in the video.
Hey, everybody. we just figured we'd drop off some more balloons for you. So, hey, we tried. Yeah.
They're gonna start clapping.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, man. I think this type of content is probably going to be coming to an end very soon, especially with Vitaly getting sued. YouTube might just say, F it, that we don't want this on the platform anymore.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Twitter, this is very prevalent in Twitter, YouTube, I don't think they do this on TikTok. No, there is TikTok. TikTok, Twitter, and thing will stop this instantly. Oh, and definitely Twitch. If Twitch is not stopping this, it will definitely come to an end. Once those three platforms said, no, we ain't doing this catch a predator thing, you're fucked. And what's wild it's not even the predators who fucked this up. It's not even woke people who fucked this up. It's the people who started this fucked this up. That's what makes this wild. So the people who were supposed to be do their due diligence, do their research, and make sure they do their job and get law enforcement involved. Because if law enforcement was involved, YouTube would not say anything. They was like, well, law enforcement let the government handle it. It's not our problem, right? But because y'all are stupid and don't want to do it because you want more money, because you put money, this proves how much more money was more important than, this is the opposite side of the Epstein files, right? The people who are in the files are not going to get everything for us because we are in bed with these people as well. Everything for us because we are in bed with these people as well. And because they was doing weird shit we didn't know about till now, that makes it weird. You know what I'm saying? That's what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? That's what's gonna happen. Majority of those people who are in those files are not going to be touched in the slightest because those people have their hands are in more cookie jars than they're letting on, especially Epstein. He's dead, but I'm just saying, well, they claim he's alive. But just say if he was alive, he will not be he probably won't be reprimanded. Everyone else will not. Anyone who did call it out years prior mentioned it. Yep. So that's what's gonna happen, right? These people cared about money more than those children. Missing. Yep. Yep. These people here, this dude, Ventali, all those fuckers, they don't care about the victims. They don't care about the victims at all. They just do it for money. Because they said to themselves, if we have to get law enforcement involved, that's more people. Yeah, no justice for anyone. There's more money that we're losing having law enforcement be involved because now we can't say and do the things we want because we will have to get law enforcement want to cut that. And I'm pretty sure if they had to guess, law enforcement will take probably 50 or 60% of those profits to a degree because all of the manpower that is behind them. 50 to 70% of that. So they looked at that and be like, I'm going to be getting 30% of that pie. We'll wing it. You know what I'm saying? They're predators. What they're going to do? Call the police? What are they going to do? People going to believe them? That's exactly what they said. Vitaly and them said. No one's going to believe them. Right? They're not going to pull a wool on us, especially if we have cameras in front of them and all that shit. Watch them buck up. We'll punch them in the face. What are they gonna do? Fight me? What are they gonna do? Call the police? Let's see how that backfired on Vitaly and these losers. These people do not care about no victims. These are fucking crazy, horrible people who wants to make money off the pain of victims and the ostracization of predators. Which is funny because that's going to help the predator because he's going to get away with it legally and then get money suing your punk ass. And then when he gets the money, he's going to use that to get even more closer to other children. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. You just made mini Epsteins, you fucking idiot. Think that through.
Who knows? We'll see what happens.
Stupid. I would not encourage this in the slightest. Even as a content creator, this is dumb. This is not good. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. Sorry. So this is the My Hero Academia last episode thing everyone's talking about.
いい加減もうちょいてめえを高く見積もんねえと気づけるもんも気づけねえぞ。我ら元雄英ヒーローから乾杯。なりたい自分以外にも俺ってもんはあるんだって気づいた。
それぞれが選んだ道を尊重して笑い合う、それはとても贅沢です。
自分でも気づかなかった自分。
でももっと
Out of all the people, I think the only one who looks majorly different from their original design is probably Torioki. Torioki, for some reason, looks more different than all of them. Bro somehow got, like, bigger? You get what I'm saying? He looks more bigger? You get what I'm saying? I bet. Yee. Let's go. Thank you, BT. May what? May 2nd. It comes out next month. Okay. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Let me see here. Wait. There was... Oh. I saw something last night that was kind of crazy. What the fuck? What? Oh, God. Okay. We'll watch that in a second, but, hold on. There was something. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not, like, I think this is why. Less than 5 left. Light about rhinos. Okay, so, like, the thing is, I find that kind of funny where majority of all the classmates, oh no, all the classmates made it out alive. Where is it? I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Okay, here. Sorry, it's from Clownfish. That's why I couldn't remember. Clownfish. I'm smelling something. Something's been trapped in my nose for a good while. I've been smelling like... For all of them, honestly. Like, I think it would have been more better if... I'm not gonna lie, some of you may not like this, but I would have killed off, like, a good half of them. I would have at least killed at least half of them off. Same thing with... I said the same thing with, yeah, I think the people I would take out was probably... Bakugo would have been probably one of the first ones. I think Bakugo would have been first to be taken out. And then the second one... I won't even hold him last. I'll take him out first. Just to shake up, like, how many people will actually die. Because, like, if Bakugo gets taken out, that lets all the ones that are much weaker than he is, or the most mid-weakest ones, to be shaking in their boots. So I would have taken out Bakugo. I would have taken out what's the one who makes stuff? The chick that makes stuff out of her chest. I would have taken out the Sparky dude. I know you would have. I know people will keep Bakugo because he's like a fan favorite. I get it, but if he taking him out would let you know how serious the situation truly is. That's the thing about taking out characters to a degree, especially very beloved characters. Yeah, Momo. I would have taken out Bakugo, Momo, the Sparky dude. Maybe the shadow one, the bird dude. And I think I would taken out. Who else would I take out? Mineta? Mineta would have been taken out as well. And then the last person I probably might take out is no, there's two more. The dude with the yeah, like I would take out Mineta. The dude with the tail reminds me of Tien. I don't know why, but and one of the females. Shit. What was one of the females? I think I would have taken out either the earjack chick or the pink chick, the acid chick. Yeah, I would have taken them out. A good half of them. And then kill I think the last person I'll kill off is probably Ida. I would only leave Koda alive just to let him know that him knowing that his quirk is not all that powerful lets him know that he could have did more. It's a more of a torture thing, a psychological thing. Ashido? I know, but like, are you talking about the one with that's the acid chick? I think. True, but like, she's not as aggressively violent as she needs to be as like Bakugo, Todoroki, and even Ida. I'm saying Ida is pretty violent when he wants to be, when he can, but she doesn't just have that. She uses that as form of like defense, right? They don't have that bloodlust like wanting to fight. You know, what I'm saying the pink one, right? So I would take out the more weaker, unwillingness to kill type individuals more to let them know that being a hero isn't what it's cracked up to be. You have to be ready to like probably kill another villain if it's needed. You know what I'm saying? With that moment, I don't see it happen. I agree. Even when presented with that moment, we don't see it happen. Yeah. I think that'll be a great way to take out majority of the characters because it gives you a sense of this hero thing is not a fucking joke. Yeah, so like with Bakugo, I would let him die, but not his death would be brutal but yet heroic at the same time because given how his nature is, it's a lot like what happened when he was fighting All for One. Or at least with not All for One, with what do you call it? Oh my god, what the fuck is his name? Shimura. Did they? I don't remember they did. I'm not saying they didn't. I just don't remember they. I don't think they said it outright. I think they kind of applied it. Then they did it again in the Dark Knight. Because like the reason I say this and why I would kill those characters are unwilling to kill. This is why I didn't left Red Riot alive to let Red Riot specifically. I will leave him alive because he's close with Bakugo, just like he probably is not as close with Bakugo as Midoriya, but he's close to Bakugo. He's one of his closest like least friends in the classroom, right? So letting him live gives. I would do psychological torture in that sense, right? Because Red Riot never really is willing to kill, but he is willing to fight. You know what I'm saying? So, like, him not dying will let them know that being a hero is always there's always a sense of someone dying if you don't step up to the plate type shit. So this goes for the people who are strong enough to fight and those who are not willing to kill. So and then him being alive allows Midoriya to see that, because remember, every time you see Bakugo, Kirishima's right behind him. So having Bakugo die, seeing Kirishima will remind you of Bakugo. So it's like a psychological torture thing that I'm talking about. So it lets you know that your choices has significant actions and consequences, uh, if not taken seriously, right? So, and remember, Bakugo is kind of considered somewhat of a genius in the way he fights and how he looks at things, right? And how he analyzes situations. So this is why I would kill him off, just to let you know how serious the situation is for those who are going to die eventually in this war. That's how I look at it. If you let everyone live, this is Kingdom Hearts at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one dies in Kingdom Hearts. And there's only one person who died in Kingdom Hearts, and then I think bro came back and then went to like Kingdom Hearts heaven. Like, it was like fucking, it pisses me off to know that no one technically dies. Like, it's just like, you're pissing me off. There's no stakes here. You know what I'm saying? There needs to be stakes. When there are stakes, people take you serious. Especially if it's characters who are like beloved, liked, and or like seem to be promised to be alive. That's why Game of Thrones did so well when it was doing its thing. Main characters that you got attached to get fucked. You know what I'm saying? And this lets the kids know at the far end of this war that they survived a lot. Them surviving the times that they were supposed to be killed off lets them know that you should have died a long time ago. You got real lucky and you got that plot armor on your punk ass. Now the fucking gloves are off. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be stakes. People are going to lose their lives, and you guys are not gonna come out the same. For the U.S., ooh, in the My Hero, in the what do you call it? In the latest hero, My Hero. Hello, love the art. And do you draw your hands, good sir? Yes, but this drawing is not drawn by me. This is from my teacher. I do have a video up there. It's in the playlist. You can go check it. Oh damn. I still think the idea that Star, who got defeated, was kind of wild to me. Still to this day, knowing that Star got defeated by Shimura the way she did was wild. She had like an overpowered power that shouldn't be able. Or tremors or something. But to answer your question, I have drawn hands before, but you can go check my videos. If you really want help with that, you gotta become a student. Just to let you know, I did not draw this or this. I'm just doing the course based on what my teacher gave me, so I can apply this and learn this so I can teach to my students. Yep. More kids should have died at the training camp than we're pulling off. I think honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I think that your gravity should have died there. Bakugo should have been kidnapped. The dude with his arms, the sticky arms, I don't know. He has like tape that comes out. He should have died. Mineta should have died. Who else should have died? The pink girl and the Sparkhead should have died. That, and because I'm not even gonna say the bird dude should have died there because he was causing his own trouble. Because I think if he's in the dark, he goes crazy. His shadow goes crazy. So I'm not even gonna say he would died. He would probably killed somebody. He should have killed at least class 1B, or is it 2B? Some of them, I think some of them was with him. Yeah, a few of them should have died too, especially from him. Who else should have died? Yep. I think a good set of. I think more than half of 1B should have died. Like I think more than one should have died. Like class 1B should have died. Majority of them should have died. Just because of the lack of experience compared to class 1A. But class 1A should have been extremely injured or at least dead. Okay, so this video here was kind of crazy how I found, like, okay, I don't know if anyone's seen this as yet, but they posted just recently.
Because if you go...
Hold on. Okay. Though found it on how they did not take out people prior, especially at the USJ. I don't know. Really do not know. Alright, so this video says UFO researcher, another NASA scientist unalived. This is getting creepy. This is what's the name of the trailer. The video, I mean.
Okay, what is going on here? We have more people connected to NASA and connected to the UFO phenomenon that are dead.
Yeah. Now, there's two schools of thought here. One is that, you know, people are just looking for things to connect. And then you have people that are like preemptively saying, hey, I'm not, you know, suicidal. I wouldn't kill myself, ending up dead from suicide.
Yeah, we have several of these scientists, people who have gone missing or died, said that they weren't suicidal. So you know, it's wild. I just did a short on, but we'll talk about it in this video too. There is a UFO researcher who died, passed away.
They're onto you.
You probably recognize him from some of the UFO shows.
Don't worry, bro.
And he explicitly said that he was not suicidal. He apparently committed suicide, and this is...
That's what I don't understand. Like, I mean, why would, if there was nothing going on, why would you make sure everybody knew? Like that's not something you randomly say. Oh, just FYI, you know what I mean? It's not something that most people, normal people would just say. Just say, you know, if I end up dead, you know, ask questions.
Yeah, this is Amy Eskridge, who is one of the 11, at the time, 11 scientists. Now we're up to, I don't know, like 12 or 13 people associated with the phenomenon. Specifically said she was not suicidal, and her dad said she killed herself. And now we have this NASA nuclear engineer found dead and burned Tesla after vanishing from his Alabama home last year. So this guy, yeah, apparently died in a crash last year, but they're tying him to NASA, a NASA nuclear scientist. What the hell is going on? Like, I don't care if you're a skeptic. I don't care if you're a huge UFO skeptic. You don't believe in UFOs, whatever. A lot of people don't. But there's something going on.
It is weird.
This is not a coincidence.
It's statistically anomalous. You know what I mean? It's like it's not. It's too many times to be just you know, like you said, coincidence. There's no way you can look at it.
Yeah, and I mean, people are going to, you know, draw conclusions if they're into conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff. But the thing about conspiracy theories, this kind of frying my brain, is that over the last couple of years, there are several conspiracy theories or, you know, misinformation or whatever, and this stuff that actually wound up being true. Mm-hmm. So, you know, if you're dealing with sensitive secrets, and that's what, you know, we're talking about when they're talking about disclosure. Now, whether or not they're alien or not, you know, that's up for debate, I guess. But the fact of the matter is people around, or people who would be in the know, are dying or going missing.
One or two people, okay.
One or two, coincidence.
That's coincidental.
But
like
12, 13?
Yeah, okay, maybe. But we're hitting like 13 now. I mean, come on.
So I guess my career advice to you is do not become a rocket scientist. Do not get involved with any UFO research. You know, I'm laughing because it's not funny, but it's just like, you hear about this all the time. There are people that were very close to UFO research or claim that they worked on UFO stuff, and they do tend to go missing. They do tend to commit suicide, unfortunately. And now some of those people I do think had legitimate mental issues, and
right.
some people
that
are
doesn't
saying
necessarily all mean that they were tied to like some weird conspiracy. But
right. You can explain a couple of those away, I think, but I mean, when we've got well-respected military generals and scientists who are rational thinking people who are coming out and saying, I'm not killing myself, and then they kill themselves. There's something going on.
Well, it's something weird anyway. You know something's going on anyway because that's not something normally people would say. Like, I mean, the one girl said it to her friends, but I'm just like, why would you randomly say that? Just so you know if something happens to me. You know, I mean, that's weird. That there'd be no reason to say that. Like, even like these other people who've made those comments out of nowhere, why would you say that? It's not what normal people say just in conversation.
Because they know that.
Right.
The gravity of the situation that they're dealing with.
Right,
Which
there has to be something going on for them to make the comment.
Right, which ironically deals with gravity, propulsion, energy, and I've got a theory about this I talked about the other day, that I think this whole thing, I mean, aliens or no aliens, I think this whole thing is about energy and advanced technology that we either don't want to fall into the wrong hands, or enemies' hands, or it would upend the entire economy, because we could be dealing with
rich people are mad because they need you to rely on oil.
Exactly, we need the spice.
It's called the movie The Saint.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that's what seems. I mean, this is like a freaking episode of the X-Files. I mean, this is insane. And people who weren't paying attention. So whoever's doing this, for whatever reason this is happening, if you were trying to silence people, you're actually causing
doing more. Yes, you're fucking dumb. You don't think people are gonna find it kind of strange that NASA scientists are working on UFO research is just going missing? You don't think killing them off like this is not gonna be? You're not even spreading them out in death. You're just letting them kill them the same year. Are you fucking dumb? Are you fucking dumb? You're not even spreading their deaths. You're just doing it all in the same year. God, we're not using our heads here, right? Like, think about that to yourself. Like, think that closely to yourself. If like, it's like, okay, it's like if you're doing money laundering shit, right? And instead of like spreading the money on how you're using it, you're just spending on everything. This is exactly that episode of like, that scene in Goodfellas when they had the money that they had, and they was spending it willy-nilly on like stupid stuff. And the mobster said to him, "Why the fuck are you doing? What are you dressed all fancy for no reason? You're just out here dressing like this. You're just laying the costume. What we doing? Are you stupid?" Like, oh my god. Like, Jesus. Oh my god. That is so dumb. That lets you know that there's not only something's going on, there's something more deeper than just, you know what I'm saying? Like, alright, send to me.
Everybody, even people who aren't interested in UFO stuff, are looking at this and being like, yeah, it's a little weird that all these people associated with potential anti-gravity technology and UFO technology and reverse engineering, or people that would know about this phenomenon, they're going missing or dying. I mean, it's a little weird.
Is it possible?
Right?
Again, like one of the things,
I know, that's the sad part.
The schools of thought is basically you're just looking for things to connect the dots and say, well, that's connected because this person died and they happen to be related to a certain field. And yeah, it might be the case in a couple instances. But when you have people flat out saying, if I end up dead, just so I'm not suicidal, I wouldn't kill myself. That's weird. I'm sorry.
You want to connect the dots? Okay, let's connect the dots. Let's actually get a freaking flow chart here.
That's what New York Post did. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're keeping score, and they've got like all these people and what they're associated with, and a lot of them, it's NASA, Los Alamos Labs, which is supposedly, allegedly, according to the UFO lore, is where they work on or reverse engineer craft. And all these people seem to have connections. So, and I'm not saying it's aliens. I'm not saying it's the Men in Black. I'm not even saying it's our government. It could even be another government that's like, yeah, let's, kill these people because they know too much. Whatever.
All I know is that there is definitely too much here to be coincidence.
Yeah. So let's talk about it before we get into any further. Please subscribe.
Oh, okay.
For more news, views, and rants, guys. Yeah, woohoo if you do.
Woohoo.
This is Neon. I am here with Gigi Sparkles.
Hello.
And my personal opinion is I believe we are reverse engineering craft obtained from elsewhere. That's a personal opinion. I cannot prove it. I'm not going to go out on a limb there. And no, government people listening to this podcast, I don't know anything about. I'm just speculating here. I have no idea what's going on. But let's talk about this NASA engineer, and then we'll talk about the UFO researcher who also just happened to die within, the span of a year. I mean, this is crazy. New York Post. NASA nuclear engineer found dead in burned Tesla after vanishing from his Alabama home last year. So a nuclear scientist from NASA died after a fiery crash in a rural Alabama town last year, which at the time caused suspicion among family members. So they're bringing it up again because of all these other scientists dying, going missing. Joshua LeBlanc, 29, died in a fiery crash in his Tesla on July 22nd, 2025. It happened in Huntsville, Alabama, where his Tesla was found burned beyond recognition about 2:45 in the afternoon. The vehicle collided with the guardrail and then several trees before the vehicle burst into flames. Now, I mean, this isn't I'm not trying to make light of it or whatever, but if it was a Cybertruck, I was under the impression they were indestructible.
Yep. No, when it comes to Teslas and crap like that, electric vehicles, they catch on fire and you can't put them out. And it's been an ongoing issue. That's why they're trying to work, like in China, some on battery ejection and stuff like that to try to save the car from bursting into flames. Hitting something and ever hitting bursting into flames is not completely unheard of when it comes to electric vehicles. For being fair.
Okay, so this is where it gets interesting though, because this is what seems to be going on here. Is like the one guy, the army guy, McClelland, he went for a walk without his cell phone or whatever, and there's somebody else who just went for a long walk and never came back. It's at 4:30 a.m. on the same day, LeBlanc's family reported him missing. He uncharacteristically failed to show up to his job as an aerospace electrical engineer at NASA, where he worked on nuclear propulsion projects. Now, for those of you who know your UFO lore, aliens are incredibly interested in nuclear technology. Not that they want it, but they're worried what we're going to do with it.
Mm-hmm. So now aliens killed him?
No, I don't think the aliens killed him, but he might have spilled some secrets that are, he might have been one of the ones that was going to get cold.
I'm under the impression we are not dealing with things that's coming from the ocean, and I don't think we're dealing with things that's coming from space. I think what we're dealing with is something that we have either stumbled upon in our own endeavors. And what I mean by this is it's a lot like what I brought up to you guys with that game called something confinement. So, is that confinement something? No, containment. And rules of containment, or whatever the fuck it's called. You remember at the far end of the trailer where they can just go to another world with some technology that they have that can warp them somewhere? They don't have to go on no spaceship. They don't have to go on no... It's like a portal that opens. I think we have some type of technology that does that. This is why the whole aliens do exist, but they look like us type shit. I think that's what it is. That. But like, I think it's something like that. I think that's what we're dealing with. I think we have made some weird multiversal technology. Now I'm giving us way too much credit to a degree, but just hear me out. I'm just saying, if there is some type of technology that is so out there to the point where they're killing their own people. That Zach thing? Can you please say that to me? I'd like to hear it. Because like, I think that's what's happening here. Ooh. Please send it to me. I don't like to probably do a thing on it. Because, like, I think that's what that is. This is why they said there are aliens that look like us, they act like us, they everything, but they're not us. I think that's what that is. I don't think it's some man in a spaceship who came from God knows where and just crash landed here, and no one noticed except the government if they did. I think it's the government was tinkering with something that they shouldn't. Actually, for those who are very much aware of the movie The Mist, it's something like that. If you know the story or the lore of The Mist, with The Mist, the movie, that scary movie, The Mist, at the far end, and how the dude took out. Yeah, I think it's that where we ripped open some type of portal or some type of warp gate to something somewhere else, maybe like a multiversal version of our world, just like how in Marvel they have like 616, the original Earth, and then you have all the other numbers. They're just parallel universes of our world. So it's like they're not technically aliens, but they are at the same time. It's like people or characters or animals or anything that's coming from that world coming to our world type shit and trying to assimilate. Ah. Yeah.
Before Congress or something. I don't know. Because they're looking into this, they're promising disclosure. And I said before, I don't think there's going to be real disclosure. I think they're going to be like, yep, we acknowledge that something's going on, we just don't know what it is.
Well, I just think it's interesting that, immediately, like, he was in a car that could be taken control of.
Yeah. Well, that's what I worry about with these auto-driving vehicles.
Probably.
Yeah, somebody wants you dead, they could just hack into your car and...
Yeah, they used to joke about that. Like, they used to do that as part of, like, the plot points back in the 80s, even though it was no way in hell possible then.
Yeah. Yeah, they did Naked Gun too, didn't they?
I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, back in the 80s and 90s, they did these. They were part of the thing, and it was like, there's no way. It's not even to a level that it can do that yet.
I think that was an episode of Knight Rider too. Some kid with like a Commodore 64 hacked kit.
That many times.
Well, no, because it wasn't even possible. Like, there's no freaking way you could hack kit with a freaking Commodore 64, and then you're watching it in HD on your old ass CGA screen or whatever.
Yeah,
it's like, come on. It says body was burned beyond recognition, and police confirmed his identity 3 days later. So people didn't think much of it then. They're like, oh, well, Tesla exploded. But now we're up to, like, a lot of people, and they're like, wait a second, this guy worked for NASA. And
or wait, it's burned, and police once confirmed it. How do we know it's actually him?
Well, okay, so this is, and we're going to talk about the UFO researcher, too. Police confirmed he killed himself. We don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what to make of this, because normally I'd be like, well... it's kind of a reach to be like, all these people are just, they're dying for... But they're all working for NASA. They're all working Los Alamos labs. They're all looking into UFO stuff.
Or they're researching this stuff, yeah.
Or they're researching it, and we're trying to get disclosure, and they're all dying.
I find it funny that people who look like this, or just like anyone who's a NASA scientist, look like a normal person. But the people who worked... But the people who worked on the Wicked movie look all malnourished and act like they're some type of, like, trauma victim, but they're not often themselves. You find that funny? The people who are on the Wicked 2 cast act like they're malnourished and act like they're some type of, like, they're high on meth or, like, fucking... Yes, they actually mentioned that there's people who look like us. That's not us. Stop him! It's crazy to me how someone could just off themselves and they look so normal and well fed, right? But people like Ariana Grande and that one chick look like they are literally haven't eaten for days. And it's not like just them. There's other women who are doing this, celebrity women. They don't look like they've been eaten. Yeah, you're right. it's kind of crazy.
Come on, you'd have to be a fucking moron to not see something's going on. No,
you watch them as UFO shows. There's been other instances where people had information and then they just disappeared one day or they ended up dead.
They almost all do, unless they go public. And I think in some cases they go public and they keep themselves out there. Like you look at Bob Lazar, who claims that he worked on UFOs, back in the early '80s or whatever. And he always keeps himself out there, but there's almost like you have to make sure you're very visible. You're missing. People are gonna be like, "Hey, what the hell happened to Bob Lazar?" Right now, he's been apparently threatened before. I don't know, or they try to discredit these people. Oh, he's just a kook. Other time about aliens and underground bases and shit.
Well, what are the odds too? It might not necessarily be like our own government, but like I don't know, big companies that are associated with. things like, one that starts with, it has an L and an M and it's name, things like that.
The skunk works. Yeah. It's that's the thing. Like, you look into this phenomenon and there are so many moving parts, and honestly, most of it, my understanding, again, I don't have any secret knowledge, guys, but my understanding is that so much of it is like above top secret that even the president doesn't know what the hell's going on. It's, yeah, and it's...
Then if the president doesn't know what's going on to the point that it's that top secret, then it tells me there is either aliens do exist, there are other worlds that exist, we have somehow managed to wormhole our way to other worlds to a degree, or there is a possibility that is being made and we don't want to make light of it because it will scare too many people. That's what that's telling me. We're not trying to make no rocket to go on some fucking planet that's trillion years away. I don't think that's it. I think what we're trying to do is make a technology that allows us to get to point A to point B, which is a teleporter, with the whole, move your atoms type shit. And that atom type shit is going to open a wormhole to a degree where it takes you to a different location in a different part of the world, or a different part of a multiversal version of that world, something to that degree. Because if they're working on this stuff and these people are getting killed, there is something that this technology that they're working on, or something that they're coming across, that is causing a lot of issues, or that could cause a lot of issues for the government, whether it's our government or a rival government. Yeah, I don't think it's a spaceman coming from a planet. I do not think that's what that is. If anything, that's probably the unlikely thing that's happening here. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna kill a bunch of scientists for like a one alien that came from one planet. I don't think so. I think they're killing these scientists because they have come across something or made something that could literally uproot virtually everything and anything. And I think that thing I'm referring to is the multiversal portal from rules and containment, or rules of containment, or fuck, you can go to other worlds, other parallel universes, something similar or something like that to what the world we have now. Like, kind of like if you ever seen, was it Alien Romulus? No, it was the Cloverfield. The Cloverfield movie, the one when they're up in space. I think that's what it is. This is why a lot of these movies are now on the whole multiverse thing. That too. Or they came across a being, maybe something eldritch or something. I'm not even gonna say alien. Maybe something unholy they came across. Like they ripped a portal that led to an unholy place, or something that is eldritch. Like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be like a space alien. That's a thing? Holy moly. Is he alive? I think that's what that is. Yep. Remember, it doesn't have to be multiversal. It could be even spiritual. Maybe they saw something spiritual. Maybe they ripped some type of visual opening to like a visual opening of like demons or hell, or a purgatory type world. Like let me use another example. Like for those who watch Fire Force, the whole like Ebola burst thing where the whole like the human combustion thing is made by doppelgangers from a parallel universe or some shit. And then they try to get one with the original like person, and then they blow up and become like but the difference is people blowing up, they lack morality. or something. Because I kind of notice a lot of people are more lacking morality more than usual, and it's getting very concerning. They're lacking more like morals and godliness than ever. Oh no. No.
Compartmentalized by design, so you start getting people start putting all the pieces together, or maybe they're gonna get some funny ideas and become a whistleblower. That could be too. Maybe some of these people are like, well, since they're doing disclosure,
that's weird though.
Maybe I should just go ahead and tell everybody what I know.
I think more people don't know than they do.
Yeah, I understand. But see, anything is possible because like this is where this is where I always look at it this way. Like once the alien exists, it opens the doors for anything possible. Because it's kind of weird how it'll be like, okay, at first we didn't know that aliens exist. That was a big myth. Now the alien exists. Why would the idea of demons and spirits and stuff not exist either? You know what I'm saying? Why would that be totally like pushed out of the side, but the alien all of a sudden is accepted from that point? Remember, the alien at first was never accepted. You would get laughed off and blah blah blah, this on the third. But now because the alien now exists, all of a sudden the demon and the spirit and all that stuff does not. Right? So it puts that like it opens possibilities of like demons existing, spirits existing, the multiverse existing, quantum theory, all that shit, or like being isekai, reincarnation, all that shit's probably all possible in some shape or form, somehow, some way. You know what I'm saying? Like billionaires and scientists right now are like flirting with the idea of taking your consciousness and downloading it and putting it into a robot or putting it into like a computer or putting it into another person. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like most things that we see in movies end up being like some form of like reality, right? Like go to someone in the 80s, right? Where's the metahumans? Go to someone who's like in the 70s, 80s, 60s, and tell them we're gonna have little devices that we can talk to people on the phone, like talk to people and look up the internet and see thousands of pictures and videos, and that didn't exist, right? And those people thought you was batshit crazy. You know what I'm saying? So judging you everything you did, yep. So like why would that be ignored? So that's how I look at it. I like once the alien is proven to be real, then everything else is possible to be real as well, and just as fake. Like just to let one thing survive and say all those other stuff is not real is kind of insane to me. So
do you know they just think that it's a lot? It's weird. I mean, people are starting to ask questions because it's getting weird. Like here and there, you have people disappear or die. People wouldn't think of it, but people started putting it together. Okay. And now it's all over the place.
Okay, here we go again. At the time, his family told the news network that they feared he had been abducted and that he had left his phone and wallet in his home at the time of the disappearance. This is happening in almost every case. Phone and wallet at home. They just go for a walk or go for a drive, whatever.
Either disappear or end up dead. In his case, you can't even identify, but they said it's him, but
I mean, I'm sorry. Again, you'd have to be a fucking moron not to see that there's something going on here.
It's weird.
And
I understand.
It's weird. I'm using air quotes here. And he had a dog to live for. Look at that. Police tracked him down using data from the Tesla Sentry mode and found his vehicle sat in the airport in Huntsville for 4 hours on the morning of his death.
Well, that's weird.
With no phone. No.
Wait, what?
Yeah, weird. I'm using air quotes here. And he had a dog to live for. Look at that. Police tracked him down using data from the Tesla Sentry mode and found his vehicle sat in the airport in Huntsville for 4 hours on the morning of his death.
Well, that's weird.
With no phone. No, so he wasn't like
He just sat
on
there for
Tinder
4
or
hours
anything.
and suddenly hit guardrails and trees, and his car just burst into Tesla's can burst into flames, and then he was burned so bad you couldn't tell who it was.
Yes.
Well, why would you go to the airport?
So that's the thing too, because a lot of these people, it's like, do we have an idea on the body? I mean, is it possible these people are actually going into? Some people said maybe they're not really dead, but they're going into like witness protection or something, so they don't have to testify with the disclosure stuff because they know too much.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. His family said his trip west was not part of his plan for the day, and that uncharacteristically he was not communicating with them. Well, he didn't have his phone with him. A LinkedIn page for LeBlanc said he worked for NASA for 5.5 years, and that he was a team lead for NASA's Space Nuclear Propulsion Instrumentation Control Propulsion. The other scientist, I think she worked in anti-gravity. So they said NASA technology would enable faster, more robust transportation for crew and cargo missions to Mars and science missions to the outer solar system. He was a team lead on the NASA's demonstration rocket for agile cislunar is the moon-borne cislunar operation Draco, a nuclear thermal propulsion.
This guy's like 29 too.
Yeah, he's young. At least 12 other people, the vast majority involved in nuclear science and space research, have died or gone missing since 2022, some under mysterious circumstances. This is not a coincidence. And this is all at the same time that they're pushing for disclosure and all this other stuff. I'm sorry, you have to be willfully blind to not look at this and be like, statistically, it's very improbable that all these people connected to these industries, to this science, are dying.
It's weird.
Same thing, leaving their phone, leaving their wallet.
And I thought they all got like sick, like they had some kind of, something like they all were getting sick from their work or something like that. They're all having these weird circumstances with their phone wallet left behind, and they either missing or they're just like, their cars like sitting at an airport for 4 hours and then hitting trees and guardrails and catching on fire.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence. There's no way. The deaths and disappearance have not been officially connected, but they've caught the attention of the White House. You're going to look into it, and jack shit is going to happen.
Probably.
Jack shit is going to happen. Same with disclosure. Jack shit is going to happen, because I hate to break it to you, but the buck does not stop at the White House. So if the powers that be,
concerning. It's like, why is there people more powerful than people we are allowed to elect in? And who just
because those people the reason why the people who are more secret, the secret people who you don't hear about, is more powerful than the people that you elect, because those are the people who are willing to do the thing that you are not willing to do. If anything, they're the Donzo, and the Hokage is your president. You know what I'm saying? The Anbu Black Ops. You know what I'm saying? This is why the Anbu Black Ops is not just walking around in the Leaf Village. That's why you have the regular ninjas just running around doing what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? So what most people don't realize, this is why I don't know why people get so insanely fixated on voting, because even if you voted the person you want, that doesn't guarantee everything's going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at let's use a perfect example. Mondani was just recently voted to be mayor. Look at him fucking everyone in the ass what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? And remember, these people voted for this man on a high level because they wanted free shit. And now they realize they're playing thing. Uncle Rogan Uchiha. So I don't recommend. I'm not talking about voting for anyone. I'm just saying as a example. Dogman research. Let me see. Real Avengers. Because that's what that is. It's just I come to that conclusion. I found it. Dogman encounters real. Okay, got it. All right. So that's the thing I don't understand, because he just said there's more people who know what's going on in the government than their own president. And I believe that to a degree. You think the president just knows everything? There are things that they're keeping away from the president, not even because it's Trump, just because it's the president. I'm pretty sure there's even things even Obama don't even know. I'm saying, or even Bill Clinton and Bush. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there's things they didn't even know. Sometimes it probably was the last to hear about whatever was going on within that time. It's pointless for me. Yes, it's always pointless. Yeah, it's always pointless. It always will be pointless. It's funny because it's like it's not even like your votes actually matter. It's like the popular vote and electoral vote. The electoral vote is it's the electoral college that makes all the difference. All that voting shit is like almost like a big illusion. You know what I'm saying? It's a fucking illusion, all of it. You know what I'm saying? It's just to give you a sense that you're doing something. You're not doing really much of anything. And even if it did anything, it's not going to guarantee that everything's going to go well for you just because you picked someone you liked. You might end up realizing the person you picked was probably the most horrible choice you ever picked. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. That's just how things go. But, like, I just don't want to be put in a useless war. The war's coming. No, see, that's the thing. You can delay it as much as you want, but it's still coming. Like, you can never live on a planet, on a rock. As long as there is 2 souls on this rock, you will have war. You gotta look at it that way. No matter how much you delay the idea of war, as long as there are 2 people on this floating rock, you will have war. There will be a disagreement, there will be an argument, there will be a pointless argument, there will be some type of trauma response, a reaction to something. The dolphin name? And let the dolphins take you. What was the dolphin name? Dolphin, maybe dolphin. All right, like that's the one thing you gotta learn. There's every war is pointless because especially if you didn't start it. You always gotta look at every war is pointless, especially if you have nothing to do with it. From the Civil War to your World War 1, 2, and so on and so forth. There are people who didn't know what was going on and got drafted into something they didn't do. The only reason why you say this is because like the internet exists, but like if it didn't exist, most people don't think war would be happening. Gerald. Oh, sorry. Oh, wrong one.
Besides.
Well, that's a question you're not allowed to ask, Geeky. I don't want the Men in Black showing up. No, seriously, like, I am only somewhat into this stuff, but I'm even looking, like, I've always been kind of quasi-skeptical, but I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, maybe there's something to it, because all these people are going missing. Here's another one. Famous UFO researcher reportedly dies just a few years after saying he wasn't suicidal. And again, I covered this in a short, but we'll talk about it. David Wilcock. You probably see him on different UFO shows. He's an American paranormal writer and media personality. He passed away at 53. TMZ reported. They tried to say, oh, well, we don't know if it was him or not. And it was totally him. And he just live streamed like 2 days before he died. And he didn't seem like he was under any duress or anything. Now, people said that he apparently has been struggling with mental health issues and apparently has some financial issues and tax issues and stuff like that. So that might have added to the pressure. But again, it's hard to ignore all of these people associated with this stuff just suddenly, choosing to end their lives after they said, I'm not going to kill myself.
Or randomly disappearing. Or just like, sitting at an airport for 4 hours and then hitting a guardrail and having your car catch on fire.
Yeah, so apparently there was, this was in Boulder County, Colorado, and they got a phone call, and they went to the guy's house, and they said within minutes of the police arriving, officials said the man, allegedly, Wilcock, turned the weapon on himself, and was pronounced dead soon, so he shot himself. The outlet's report comes a couple of years after Wilcock wrote in December.
Well, in that case, then they saw him do it.
Yeah. 2022 though, so this is when all this shit
years ago.
But this is when all this crazy shit started. Was 2022. He said,
but they saw him do it. In this case, it might not be related.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just I don't know. It might not be. It could be that if the guy had mental issues anyway, and he saw all these other people dying or whatever.
Yeah, there was one man who said he made water into fuel, and he got killed too.
Stressed out.
Well, I could be too.
There's a lot of reasons it could happen. It's just that there's enough statistically across the board. I believe so. Directly related to these programs that it's concerning.
Well,
and the fact that they're making comments.
Yeah, it said in David Wilcox's last video he made about 24 hours before he died, he said scientists were disappearing and missing, and he was blessed for every day he stays alive. David will be added to my series of doctors and scientists, researchers that die mysteriously, according to Aaron Elizabeth Health Nut News. But if he's saying, let's watch this here real quick.
I'm excited to be here. You know, every day that I have on Earth is a gift and a blessing, and I'm very grateful for that. Because, frankly, people are disappearing. Scientists are going missing. Now they're saying they're going to investigate this. The president himself is saying they're going to look into this and see if anything's going on. It's a little bit scary. I got to say, it's a little bit scary. But you guys knew that I might still show up, even though it was last minute, and I've had a really rough week. Like, you know, that's kind of like every week. But somehow we keep on making it through all of it.
He says he's been having a rough time, though. And he did it for the cops. So this one I'm going to be like, this one I'm not so quick to think that's what.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know.
I'm just being devil's advocate here.
I mean, I get it. And people said that he was struggling with mental health issues and he had a lot of pressure.
I mean, I think you're going to have, it's going to be harder to argue. But, you know, the other people, it's weird. Very, very weird.
Yeah, I just happened to leave my wallet, my phone at home.
Go sit in an airport for 4 hours.
Go sit in an airport parking lot for 4 hours and then just, car caught on fire and you can't recognize my body. Well, look at that. That's a little weird. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up.
Yep.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Okay. Another video. I started looking into other cases after the attack of Oklahoma. This one stood out. This one was given to me by Silver. It was the whole like animals dying type shit, and then they're not getting eaten; they just got killed, and then you'll see what it's about. It sounded like it was killing for the love of the sport. It's a cool way to go out. That's a weird choice of words. Now you just see one just get killed by one. This video is short clips of publicly available news coverage. Okay. Texas.
We know something mysterious is happening to animals, to cows in Texas, and we'd like to help people figure out what that is.
Today we're going to Madison County, Texas. This was reported April 19th of 2023, and before anything else, this isn't some middle of nowhere story. This is about 100 miles north of Houston. Regular ranch land, working properties, nothing unusual about the area. So the sheriff's office puts out a Facebook post. They're talking about 6 cows found dead. Not in one spot either. Different pastures, different herds, spread out across multiple counties. And that's the first thing that makes people stop and pay attention. This isn't one incident, folks. This is something happening over and over again in different places. The first cow they found was a 6-year-old longhorn cross. It was laying on its side. No sign it fought back. No torn up ground, no drag marks. Nothing like that at all. Now everything here starts to get strange pretty quickly. Parts of the animal were removed. The tongue was completely gone. The skin around the mouth was removed in a clean, straight cut. In some of the other cases, they said parts of the cheek were taken as well.
What? Well, the cause of death for 6 cows in multiple Texas counties remains unknown. I spoke with the Animal Legal Defense Fund on if cases like this are normal or seen often and why they need your help to crack the case.
As you can see from this news clip here, they are reaching out and asking for the public to help them figure this out. They have no idea what was doing this.
The Madison County Sheriff's Office reported in April the unknown cause of death for 6 mutilated cows in Brazos, Madison, and Robertson counties.
Serious?
Cows' tongues have been removed completely, found lying on their sides with some genitalia also cut out with no blood spill.
Now, do predatory animals attack wildlife and livestock? Absolutely. But what type of predator surgically removes an animal's tongue, genitalia, and the same exact parts of the face?
David Rosengard with Animal Legal Defense Fund shares how troubling this case is.
What is that the cows are suffering mishap or misadventure? They're getting injured, they're falling sick, they're dying. But in that case, we would expect some forensic evidence that indicates this. This is less clear.
That organization now offering a $5,000 reward to help fill in the gaps. The Madison County Sheriff's Office ruling out scavenging, determining if humans are ultimately responsible for the cow's death.
And the way they continue to describe all this, they keep using the same word, precise. But then right behind that, they say something that doesn't make sense at all. There was no blood found. There was none on the ground, no pooling around the animal, no spray, nothing. You would expect blood from something like this. And then you have another aspect that doesn't make sense either. They found no tracks, no footprints, no tire marks. There was nothing to show that anyone or anything had been close to the animals. Now these animals are out in open pastures, and whatever happened left behind zero trace. Now I want you to think about that for just a second. Full-grown cows, multiple locations, the same type of damage, and nothing leading in, nothing leading out. And then there's the scavenger issue that they just mentioned here. This might be the strangest part of it all to me. Normally, you leave a dead animal out long in the elements. It doesn't stay untouched for long. Birds, coyotes, insects, something gets to it fast. But in these cases, they said nothing touched them. Nothing would go near them for weeks. They just sit there and decomposed in one place. Now, if you talk to anyone that works land like that at all, they'll tell you right away, that's not normal. At that point, law enforcement gets more involved. The sheriff's office starts treating this like a criminal case. Other counties gets pulled in, because now it's not just local anymore.
The final option is question mark. We just don't know.
Rosengard says they work with the best modern forensic scientists.
But that isn't going to tell us everything.
Animals matter, and cows in Texas have
the right to be shielded from unlawful cruelty at human hands. It's illegal to torture them. Animals are living, feeling creatures, not objects, not things.
They later confirmed something very important. All 6 of these cows were found in different locations, as I said. Completely different pastures, completely different herds. That does matter, because that does rule out a single attack.
Then what these farmers need to do is get 3 or 4 cameras around their area where the cows, specifically for the cows, because it seems like the cows are being targeted the most. So what would be best to have a camera in different locations looking where the cows are to see what happens. Something about aliens and paranormal activity, they always like to turn off cameras. I don't know why. I don't put it past animals. Animals have a sixth sense slash magnetic type field thing that goes on with them. They are in tune with the earth because, so if something's wrong, pay attention to the animals. They know more than you do.
This is not one animal getting into a group. This is something happening in separate places, but leaving behind the same kind of result. And that fact alone is where things start to split. Not everyone agrees on what this is. You've got people
I'm so
saying
used to
it's
watching
intentional. Like
wait. You out here watching Roanoke? You watch Roanoke, bro? Stay strapped to get clapped.
To these animals. And then you've got others saying, hold on, this might not be as strange as it sounds.
We reached out to Madison County Sheriff's Office several times for an update on their investigation, but we have not heard back yet. Robertson County did say one of the cows did die from pneumonia, but it's unclear how or why it was mutilated.
Yeah.
Investigators say the cow's remains weren't even scavenged by other animals. An expert we spoke to says that's just unusual. So what or who is the villain of this story? We asked a wildlife expert. In your professional opinion, do you think this could be an animal?
Not at all.
Brian Moss
Let's
owns
go.
a couple of ranches in the Madisonville area. He's also the owner of AAAC Wildlife
Let's
Removal.
go.
He mentions these strange clues.
Those of you
The
watching
grass
Roanoke,
wasn't
Roanoke is
disturbed,
funny.
there's no blood spill, and no noticeable tracks.
For everything to be undisturbed, the grass around it, no bloodshed, that's not a pack of coyotes. It's not a wild animal that's done that at all.
Another clue, the precision of the cuts.
They're not precision hunters. They're very aggressive, and they want to get the most they can as quickly as they can.
Could it be non-human, say an extraterrestrial being?
Stranger things have happened.
But for now, the ending of this story remains unwritten.
Very bizarre. I hope they stay away from my place.
Despite what this local expert just said, there was an actual deputy who looked at one of these cases. He said in his opinion the animal wasn't killed abnormally. He said the lower jaw looked like it had been pulled off, like maybe a large predator, something like a coyote. But here's the problem with that. Coyotes don't make clean precision cuts. They don't remove a tongue like that. They don't leave zero tracks behind. And they definitely don't ignore a carcass for weeks after it's already there. So now you've got two completely different explanations looking at the same thing. Same scene, same animal, two totally different conclusions.
The details read like a horror movie script. A 6-year-old longhorn cross cow found mutilated. An apparent clean cut removing the hide around the cow's mouth, only on one side. Its tongue completely removed from the body with no blood spill. Except this is a real-life Madison County Sheriff's Office investigation and a real mystery for this community.
What exactly is going on here?
The sheriff's office says while investigating the first death, 5 cows from other locations, pastures, and herds were also found mutilated, expanding the setting of this bizarre story miles down Old San Antonio Road from Madison County near Brazos and Robertson County.
XPPen.
So what or who is the villain of this story?
Pro 22. Link in bio. Is in the bio.
The news, it spread fast. Thousands of shares online. People all over the country seeing it. And once that happens, the theories start rolling in. Everything from cult activity to organized human involvement to something not human at all.
Dr. Tom Herrick over Texas A&M weighs in on protective measures you can take for your animals.
No problem.
Make sure your cattle are identified, right? And so in Texas, we have our brands go by county, and you need to make sure you do register your brand.
Farming dogs, shepherds, and modern technology can also help you steer clear of unwanted visitors.
Anything you can do to show where there's activity. In other words, people, they want to prey on places where it doesn't look like anybody's been here for a while, so I can get in there and get some cattle and get out.
Oh, you think they're aware of it?
Drone oversights, electronic tagging and tracking, and certainly fencing is a good opportunity to at least restrict who is coming in and out of the property.
But the question still remains, what happened to these cows and who is responsible? The reward will remain open the entire duration of the case.
A lot of people don't realize this isn't something new. Plenty of cases like this go back a long time. I mean, all the way back to the late 1800s. But they really picked up in the 1970s. Across multiple states, the same kind of reports came in. Animals were found with missing parts
Oh,
and
guys, I'll
soft
be right
tissue.
back. I'm letting
Cuts
it run, but I'll be
described
right
as
back.
surgical. No clear explanation. There were investigations back then, too. Some people said it could all be explained. Natural causes, decomposition, scavengers targeting soft tissue first. And in some cases, that explanation just didn't make sense. But even back then, the details still did not line up. And that's kind of where this case sits right now. Because officially there is no answer. No suspects, no confirmed cause, nothing definitive at all. Just 6 poor animals found in different places with the same kind of damage, and no clear explanation for how it happened. Folks, it's not only what happened here. It's the fact that there's no answer to explain any of it. There's no evidence that showed up. There's no tracks, no blood, no scavengers. There's just questions. So the real question here is this. If this was something normal, why does it keep looking like this every single time something like this happens? And if not, then what are we actually looking at here? Since the incident that happened recently in Oklahoma, I've been looking into more of these cases like this. So expect more of the videos similar to this one in the future. But the encounter submissions will continue as well. We need answers here. And I'm not going to stop until we find them. Take care of yourselves, folks. Take care of each other. Stay safe out there.
You know, a simple camera could just make this easier, but I don't know. You just, I don't know. Alright.
Illegal just...
Let's see what he has here.
Ate a baby's face in Texas. You might not have known about it because nothing harms the left's anti-ICE rhetoric like an illegal eating a baby's face in Texas.
A random attack at a Southside park over the weekend has a San Antonio mother in shock. While Gabriela Perez and her family were fishing, that's when a man appeared out of the woods and began punching Perez and grabbing her by the hair, causing her to drop her daughter. That's when it is said the attacker started biting the little girl's face. So. Perez says it was a scene out of a horror movie.
I got up and I was like, this is a zombie movie, like what the heck?
Villas was tackled by onlookers and held until police arrived. He is charged with injury to a child with intent to cause bodily injury. San Antonio police say it's unclear what led to the attack.
And the more you know about the attack, the worse it gets, as the story is insane in itself. But it seems like most media outlets are conveniently ignoring the most important portion of the story. As local NBC just says, 3-year-old recovering. Even Fox brushes it off as man arrested after attack, with only KSAT.
I know, but like, if you put it this way,
nothing's more horrific than.
I know, but when you put it this way, if every last one of them has a camera, if the monster or the thing that is killing these then I don't know then, because like if the monster or perpetrator, whatever it is that is taking the lives of these cows, and it seems like they're just targeting cows, so they're just eating the cows or killing them for fun by surgically removing things, they wouldn't help themselves whether or not there's camera there. So even if it solves, like, even if it's where there's a device that is watching them, they'll eventually have to walk into the device's way, eventually, somehow, some way. You know what I'm saying? If all of them have a camera, you know what I'm saying? Like, there has to be a way.
And a baby being eaten, then it being completely avoidable if only Biden enforced our existing border laws. But it again gets worse from here, as only the New York in to fight a lunatic. But again, this gets even worse as the attacker came in during the Biden administration on a student visa, was almost immediately arrested on campus for felony assault.
True.
The college
never truly alone in the woods.
Contacted ICE, but they replied the crime wasn't enough to revoke his visa. But once President Trump arrived, they finally revoked it. So Texas had an entire year to deport him before he could eat this baby's face. But sadly, even deeper in Texas has super blue strongholds like San Antonio. And when Trump was ramping up immigration enforcement in the city, these liberal lemmings lined up the streets against it. Stop deportations now, 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 now! So when Trump deployed the National Guard, CBS seemingly misleads their viewers again.
Texas National Guard troops were seen arriving in San Antonio, part of the contingent Governor Greg Abbott deployed to counter the growing protests across the state, demanding an end to ICE raids.
When you see some of the operations that have been happening across the country and here in San Antonio, is that why you're out here?
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. I'm at the point where I don't even want to eat because all my people who are...
It is so weird to wear one flag and then raising the other one in the flag of the country that you're in, but also wearing a flag around you of the country that you don't want to go back to. That is so fucking weird. It's not even funny. I think that's weird as shit. Like you're raising one flag. It's like you being a Leaf Village. Like you can't, like it's like you're from the Water Village. You came to get a better life in the Leaf Village, and then because you feel some type of way, you have to go on the Water Villages. It's just fucking weird. I don't really understand that logic. It seems stupid.
Picked up, and it's sickening.
The nationwide protests
My mind around that is insane to me. It's like, what?
His administration's
You don't want to go back there, but you'll flag, like, you don't want to go back there, how horrible it is. Right? Like, okay, you don't want to go back there because how horrible it is, but you'll wrap yourself in the flag that you in the country you don't want to go back to. That's a weird sense of yeah, because like it's a weird sense of what's that word? Stockholm syndrome, I think Stockholm syndrome. It's like let me use an example, like it's like being subjugated. It's like being subjugated to a abusive mother who's extremely abusive towards you since you was little all the way to your adult. You're finally living on your own away from said abusive mom that you don't like talking to or dealing with because she is impossible to deal with on all fronts, and she is physically, mentally, emotionally, everything that is wrong with her she puts upon you because of her traumas and issues and that are not resolved. And then someone says something mean about your mom and you beat the brakes off them? What? Dissociation. The distinction is like it's weird. It's weird. Like, okay, and even if the person said something that was not technically true, you don't care for this bitch enough to even like you seem to not care about this bitch enough to like defend her honor. Because why would you defend a horrible mom? That makes no sense. Why would you do this? It makes no sense. That shit makes no sense to me. That shit is so dumb, it's not even funny.
The intended effect is to cause fear. Many people are finding their lives upended because they can't go out, they can't take their kids to school. It is causing real terror.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
We've seen under this last week some operations that have been working to bring in criminals that have been out on our streets for far too long. Our HSI and ICE individuals have been out conducting operations with our government partners.
We are expecting a court ruling.
How convenient they cut off the DHS secretary as she explains exactly what they're investigating. As right after they cry how fearful the illegals are hiding from ICE, they probably don't want you to know exactly why they're hiding from ICE. And if CBS is so concerned how fearful San Antonio citizens are, you'd think they'd also report on the cannibal attack. But no. Even Google searching specifically CBS San Antonio for the story just shows irrelevant reports from 17 years ago. Then AOL's reposts of the New York Post and the Independent Gateway pundits reporting. You would think this would be a national news story. Known offender with active deportation order randomly attacks mom and snacks on baby. If nothing but for the shock value these outlets typically capitalize on. But sadly, in San Antonio, Texas, both sides probably don't want this pressure politically, as of course the Democrats have a hand in this, for 4 years actively assisting this into Texas. But as Scott Pressler found, even a Republican Texas senator was allegedly asking for mass amnesty.
Firmemente la legalización de los streamers.
I'm John Cornyn, and I approve this message.
It's one thing when Republicans won't even enforce existing laws, but it's an entirely new issue when they're basically becoming Biden Part 2. So don't let them bury this story, and share with everybody you know. And if you appreciate my concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy. Or for more daily clips, check out Decaf Decoy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, I remember this. I think a lot of people have seen this by now. I think this went viral.
Now we know exactly why. As in New York City, this kid was allegedly trying to get a phone number, but when rejected, did this.
Do it!
No, you stand right here. No, you stand right here. You stand right here.
Well, no, because
Oh, what?
And after slamming her into the ground, then stomping in her head, he casually walks away. And even though he was quickly arrested, his mother is arguing that he is the real victim here.
Why did he stomp on her head?
She said something to him. You know what she did first? She pushed him. And he has flat foot and foot like that. But I took him to the hospital Monday too. Yes!
But you don't see that on
And
the video.
I have that video.
She's lying. She's lying.
No, the same one.
This bitch lying.
Shoving him, how does that equal him picking her up, dropping her on her neck, and then stomping on her head?
Let me be
It
Alright,
seems
bro.
like you're justifying it.
No,
Have a good night, my dude.
They were coming from school together.
Okay.
So they're friends. Going to the park. That's what they did every day.
Oh, because he's with him.
She's bullying a kid from in the school.
And what did she say?
I think the one with the camera should get charged as well, because he didn't do anything. Or try to at least deter him or anything. I think he should be in jail. He should go in jail, and the camera, so this gets people who think it's funny to pull out their phone and then fuck with somebody and don't think nothing will happen to them. So the people on the video, I think the people in the camera should get in trouble too.
She said dirty. She's a racist. She's calling dirty and dirty slurs.
So in seconds, she shifted 3 different stories in desperation. First, she was bullying him. Then it was that they were actually friends, until, no, she's a racist. None of which justifies the slamming and stomping, but her subtle smiling just reminds us some people are plain evil.
Yep.
You understand? Because my kids, if they take phone, they email the parents.
Right.
Yes?
I can tell she's West Indian. I think if I had to guess, she's Guyanese. That's a Guyanese accent. I know, given my times living in New York for so long. She has a Guyanese accent.
But they're so smart they are.
Or possibly just an idiot. But I guess these might not be mutually exclusive, as the only thing worse than an idiot is an evil imbecile, as she doubled down on the same stupid argument.
She's been a bully to him and push him down. And he's
A wasp hive.
So then he picks her up because of that and stomps on her head and just has that.
No, they were
If that was a
what
pig.
I learned is like they were friends. They aren't friends overall in general, because they go to the same school. You understand?
Yeah. Was he trying to get her phone number? Was he trying to date her?
He has her number. She's on Instagram. She's on WhatsApp sending messages.
Wait a minute. This bitch is dumb. She just sat up in here and just said, he's on WhatsApp, she's on WhatsApp, you're on the Facebook and all that stuff. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would, if he's getting bullied by a so-called racist as you claim, how does that make sense?
So where are the
The
texts?
fuck?
Okay, but where are the texts online?
She's lying.
Go on WhatsApp.
If somehow messages on WhatsApp can justify her son brutally beating a girl, I think she too belongs in
prison too.
forever.
Yep.
Not saying I don't think her son needs a life sentence as well, since I really don't think there's any fixing anybody that can do that on camera. As the Instagram replies or even calling for charges against the guy filming, which seems to be a stretch, but we have seen the precedents of anybody recording a crime being held equally liable, as I don't think being on camera suddenly turns quiet, law-abiding students into violent monsters, but by definition, the justice system needs to be consistent, with a popular but unconfirmed reply saying the attacker has a long history of violence. And you can't be confident in a random Instagram comment, but I do know people in the public school system that say the same exact thing. All the teachers and faculty are well aware and actually scared of certain students, but the administration just shrugs and says, wait until they actually do something, putting everybody, both the teachers and students, in danger, all because nobody wants to talk about it. As this New York City stomping has been hitting the news, but oddly, only noticed by the New York Post and Fox News, as basically all the left-wing media outlets are outright ignoring this story, as it's not the biggest incident in the world, but proves a huge bias in the media against victims that don't fit the narrative. But the New York Post reporting she was lucky to survive, saying he has been bugging her for a while now, until it left her with a concussion, potential brain injury, and a twisted neck. But the suspect's mother is calling him a humble Christian, a quiet boy
Fuck out of
who
here
doesn't
with that.
provoke nobody before
She's
dishing
full
out
of
beatings,
shit.
saying this was just retaliation for being shoved, as any amount of justification for this should solidify a life sentence, and that goes for both the son and the mother, since you really can't fix this mentality, saying if they were friends, you can slam and stop her. If she shoved him first, he can slam and stop her. Or even she was being the racist, so of course he's gotta slam and stop her. No. The only answer is he needs harsh sentencing to show him how unacceptable this is in society. But there's plenty of bleeding heart liberals that would cry. You really want to ruin his life over the one mistake he did as a kid? But if you wouldn't want your own daughter, or your grandmother, or even yourself to live next to him, sharing the streets with him on his worst day during his next mistake, you're either an idiot or have self-ending empathy, as some idiots actually believe. Claiming racism can be justification for tribal violence. We just saw something similar in Chicago, where they claimed white people said slurs, while being videoed beating up some guy while gleefully squealing in the background.
Hey, that's why I am something. That's why I am something. I think you said. They must have said something.
Oh no.
I guess they just got they
He was probably munching on the clothes.
get back to slavery. That's what they just did. They just got their get back to slavery.
And nobody knows what was actually said before he got stopped, but the simple fact that some idiots, including city workers, get giddy over the idea that a beating in 2026 is over something that ended 161 years ago, or because they know some people justify violence if racism is even suggested. We recently discovered it's an entire industry where so-called anti-hate groups fund actual hate groups.
The SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred.
Including the indictment alleges a leader of the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, who, quote, attended the event at the direction of SPLC, made racist postings under the supervision of the SPLC, and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees.
Also, Democrats have a boogeyman that they can campaign and run on.
I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging.
Which in turn surges their own revenue so they can fight said racists. As the demand for their racism exceeds the supply. So they went out and funded hate groups, begging for more money to fight those hate groups that they were funding. As the saddest aspect isn't even the fraud. It's that racism does indeed exist, it just isn't in the direction the Democrats want it to be. So not only do they fake the hate that they later get rich off of, they actually take instances like a schoolgirl getting stopped for allegedly refusing a guy's advances into that's excusable since she was a racist.
This sounds like a song.
It only sounds stupid because it is stupid. But we don't get here without the media being equally stupid.
Yep.
So if you appreciate my concise, light-hearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy. Or for more daily clips, check out Decaf Decoy.
What is this? Is this the... Hold on.
Time to play my favorite game. Guy or girl? Let me see. Girl! Let's go! Yeah! You guys are already here. I thought Filipino, and I'm secretly male.
The Will of Age. What is this Legend of...
Since the day you... Are these people?
I don't care.
Hey there. This is Matt Mercer.
No, don't care.
I don't know what's going on with...
So this is Matt Pie, and there's this insane video.
This stalking on the internet, but this has...
It says TikTok stalkers are impersonating women.
To stop. From the guy that was stalking homeless women underneath...
Oh, you again? Oh, God. We back again. We back again.
Bridge. There is now a man on the internet that is not only stalking women at their jobs, harassing them in the DMs, but now is pretending to be them in a made-up relationship in his mind called a harem.
Eating that fish, PT.
Yo, what's going on, guys? PieMatt7 here. We're back at it talking about the weirdest people on the internet of all time. But today we are talking about an individual that goes by the name of Benny Bird or Dan Hell Powell. He has a profile on Instagram called I Am Super Batman 007, and the majority of his content wraps around him absolutely losing his mind on psychedelics.
I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like it could be a beat.
Any grown man with a mohawk in 2026 is dangerous, all right? That's a crazy cut on his head. He's been uploading these videos for about a year now, and in the beginning, the videos were unhinged but not scary, in a sense that he was just talking about his dream state and how he was doing things and what the dreams were telling him to do in the real world. But then around the summertime last year, it started to get a little concerning. He uploaded a video talking about how he put a curse on a group of children that were making fun of him.
So the other day, these little kids were bothering me, and I told them I was going to put a curse on them as they took off on their bikes. And what I meant is that I'm going to reverse the negative karma back to them amplified, and it's going to look like they're cursed.
What?
Right after that, I checked my phone, and I'm suggested a video. It's talking about how people can curse your kids. Or I was titled like that. It's talking about black witches out on Halloween that will put or do rituals on the candy they give out, and then it's an energy exchange. So when the kids take the candy, the black witch can then take stuff energetically from the kid, including like 5 years of their life.
Yeah, bro, I think you need to stay away from children entirely. What the f are you talking about, yo? Kids were making fun of you. You gonna talk about putting a curse on them, then bring up an example of how a said curse can take 5 years away from some kid's life. Like, yo, do you not understand that shit sound crazy? And this is what started to happen, Chad. These videos started to get more and more deranged, in which he just started talking about all kinds of random shit. And it got really strange when he started involving women. He uploaded a video talking about, oh man, these are my soulmates. My dreams told me that these 3 women were supposed to be in my harem and worship me.
This is for my soulmate, Sarah, Lexi, and Caitlin, who haven't seen me since I was 21, and I've been in a no-contact situation with. They thought I was crazy for misinterpreting some of my dreams, even though I've had a bunch come true.
Yo, diabolical. Are y'all seeing this shit? Why is he sniffing his beard in the middle of the video? You're nasty, bro. You're nasty.
What
And also,
the
did y'all
fuck?
hear what he just said? The women in question said that he was crazy because he misinterpreted some of his dreams. You think?
They could have clarified I misinterpreted one, though they left me suffer for a year, so... Yeah, oh yeah, Dream guided me to tell him I'm making him go a year with no and they don't see me within 1 month, and it passed that month. Oh yeah, and then recently Dream showed me, and prior to this I had been shown multiple dreams of your mom, especially sending me a lot of negative judgments, which I use practices that reverse them back to the senders and cause energetic suffering to my enemies.
Oh my fucking... It takes talent to say something like that with a straight face. It's stupid.
Regardless of if I know who they are. So to shorten your year of no I expect a multitude of gifts now.
Bro, what the fuck what did you just say? And chat, this is like I said before, the videos are starting to get weird around women that do not know him anymore, right? He stated that these women haven't spoken to him since he was 21 years old. I don't know how old he is in his video, but I can tell you that this Joker ain't 21. And I want y'all to remember the name Sarah. He talks about this girl in this video saying, oh, she was my soulmate. And I just want you to remember that because we're going to come back to that. But over time, he started uploading these weird ass videos, once again saying this is what the dream told me. This is what I'm supposed to be doing in my dream. And eventually, he uploaded the weirdest fucking video on his page to this date. He shows him messaging this woman named Veronica. And in the messages, he is harassing this lady and saying that, yo, you're supposed to be in my harem.
I felt like saying sorry to Veronica.
Oh god, bro.
Insult her, then tell me to get her a gift. And I explained one of my dreams and hooked up some reposts. And her boyfriend then threatened me violently. Use the word harmony. And so I have my responses inviting him to send me more negativity because this will increase the chances of Veronica breaking up with him.
Yeah, you gotta lock him up, man. Are y'all seeing these messages, bro? I'm surprised I saw you at Myers today. Thought it made me think that I should say something like I'm sorry for, but before I take in more responsibility, though it was weird how my dreams insulted you more than any of the other girls. Chat, he is having dreams about these women on psychedelics and believing that whatever the dreams are telling him in his mind is what he should be doing in the real world. The dream told him that this random woman, Veronica, is supposed to be in his harem. The problem lies in that you are stalking this woman. In the first message, it says, I'm surprised I saw you at Myers today. I looked up this guy's name on Facebook, and it shows that he lives in Kennewick, Washington. Come to find out, Kennewick, Washington has one Fred Myers there, and I'm assuming this Veronica individual works at this Fred Myers. The problem lies in that not only did Veronica's boyfriend threaten him, and not only did Veronica block his account, this Joker goes on to make a brand new account using Veronica's profile picture, pretending to be her and DMing her once again to try to get this random woman in his harem because a dream told him.
Explain this. You see, after Dream told me to get Veronica a gift, and I told her I'm sorry, had dreams insult her more than any other girl I've come across. Her boyfriend responds with that. You can see in my previous viral video of the messages. Then I provoked him multiple times, accepting his challenge, used her face for one of the messages to make sure she saw it. And then I said that he's all bark, no bite. After a long time, nothing happening. That she didn't tell me to leave me alone before, so I believe it's illegal how he treated me. What? Then she tells me this, which I did scare him a little bit. I said, Dream guided me to defend myself. My life is threatened. It was scarred for life.
Those are not
Play that
dreams.
back.
She used her face for one of the messages. She used her face for one of the messages.
Block his ass up! Chat, she already blocked him, and if you look at the messages, it states that leave me alone. Stop messaging me. Stop making profiles with my picture. Stop coming into my work. This goes on to further the point that he was stalking this woman at the Fred Myers in Kennewick, Washington. Stop posting me on your social media. Leave me alone. I have screenshots of everything and I will be contacting the police if you harass me again. But the fact that he's going out and pretending to be her so that she can respond to the messages that he's sending to her because a so-called dream said that she's supposed to be in his harem is absolutely crazy, all right? This is some Ishimura shit, chat. Red marker. Lock his ass up. Y'all remember that Sarah individual from his soulmate video? He uploaded another video talking about how Sarah was his soulmate because the dream told him.
So for my soulmate Sarah, who has lived hours away from me, and I've had many dreams about her for years when I wouldn't even be thinking about her. Some of them have been really dark, and one of the dark ones, not like super dark, came true. That she got divorced recently, as Dream predicted, and I've had a lot of dreams anticipate the future successfully. Now, she believed I have powers to hurt people, which think I miscommunicated using the destroy enemies protocol.
Wait, hold on a second. Destroyed enemies protocol. This think we playing Modern Warfare. Bro is out here dreaming about Call of Duty kill streaks. What the are you talking about, man? And I want y'all to go back to what he said in the beginning.
Who has lived hours away from me, and I've had many dreams about her for years.
This Sarah individual that is so-called his soulmate has lived hours away from him. Get the fuck out of here!
Came lucid in a dream years ago, and I asked who my soulmate was, and surprisingly was shown Sarah, who I didn't find that attractive. I was a little disappointed. I told her about it, and our family used to be friends, and since she never received a Christmas card from him again.
Pause the video. Did y'all hear what he just said?
I told her about it, and since she never received a Christmas card from him again.
He told this woman that she was supposed to be his soulmate years ago. She didn't want to be his girlfriend, and he says that, oh man, he hasn't got a Christmas card from her family in years. Chat, I looked into his profile to see if he followed this Sarah individual. And well, would you know, he does follow Sarah, and the Sarah account follows him back. The problem lies in that this account isn't actually Sarah's. In the video, when he's showing off pictures of this woman, you can see the date where he downloaded the image. Remember, this woman hasn't had contact with him since he was 21 years old. In the photo, it says that he downloaded this picture on February 26th of this year. If you go to this Sarah account and you look at the information on when this account was made, it was made in February of this year as well. Not only that, the photo of Sarah in this video is also the same photo of Sarah on her profile picture.
Say you swear to God.
This Dan Hill individual has made an account pretending to be this woman that he so-called had a dream about, in which the dream told him that this woman was going to be his soulmate. It only gets weirder from here. If you go to the accounts that Sarah is following, she is following all of his other accounts. Powell Daniel, God is there, 711, Lightning God 999. These are all his accounts. And it gets even fucking stranger. The Sarah account follows another Sarah account, Sarah Phillips 2.0. And guess when this account was made also? It was made in March of this year. Lock him up. He is pretending to be Sarah on the internet so that he can find this individual and get her attention the same way he did with Veronica. Veronica stated that he was making profiles pretending to be her so that he could get her attention so that she could be in this harem in which he has been stalking this woman at the Fred Meyers in Kennewick, Washington. This is absolutely fucking insane, man. You gotta send this to Haran, all right? He cannot live in society with us when he's making accounts pretending to be women that he dreamed about, that he interacted with decades ago.
That ain't it.
And chat, it gets even more weirder.
Not only is he dreaming about these random women he might have met a few decades ago, right?
He also thinks that he is in a relationship and has contact with Jenna Ortega, uploading multiple videos of him DMing her account and saying all kinds of weird shit.
I have dreams that come true time to time. I've misinterpreted some, though I'm confident in what I've been shown recently. You won't be able to see till 2027 to get it verified. It's Wednesday Season 3 being reviewed rather poorly with a positive remark about the stunts. And I told Jenna Ortega about this and how I said she was being targeted by negative entities and how to reverse devourment of her soul, spiritual essence. She thought I was crazy.
You are crazy. Are you hearing anything you're saying? Bro, what are we talking about? Are we playing Diablo 4? Like, what is going on here, bro?
Told her how I use the Destroy Enemies protocol, which has made my brother sick just for hating on me behind my back. And I said some nice stuff to her as well. And I got some visions of her in my favor, including her coming out of a fireplace riding a little dragon, back to looking cute. She looked at me like she knows I have a magical...
There's no way on God's earth. I just heard what I just heard. So let me get this straight. You used, or your brother used, Destroy Enemy Protocol, and it made your brother sick. And then you told Jenna Ortega that the new season of Wednesday is not going to be looked at as good, and then you had a dream about her.
What the fuck is happening?
Dream made me think I should share a message I sent to Jenna Ortega. This wasn't the first one I sent. Wasn't super proud of it because I was a little too nice. The green heart emoji and tiger emoji was a little too intense just because she thought I was crazy. I mentioned how multiple dreams emphasize I use the Destroy Enemies protocol, which I've been given signs and dreams in reality being very effective. Some examples are like when dreams showed me a brother not stopping sending me negative karma, then he got really sick.
Look at the messages for 1 second. I had a vision of Obama attending to steal my timeline in a dream, warning me of a lady who wanted to dissect me after she felt my energy after years of energy work. I don't even know what else to say. This is crazy, bro. And he goes on to show more messages with him and Jenna Ortega saying that, yo, you're supposed to join my harem. Where you at?
September 29th, I got another message to Jenna Ortega. This one was definitely inspired by Dream. And I had multiple visions of people who heard about me, I sensed from what I said to Jenna before, sending me negative karma, which, like, Keanu is actually a good guy overall, I think. And probably Spider-Man. I had some dreams where Keanu was not a bad guy at all, so I was like, okay.
This is insane. These messages don't even make any fucking sense. Last message for Jenna Ortega before I either hear back or give up on her. Spirit confirmed. To explain some of what I said before, the lady who wanted to dissect me when I had a dream warned me about doing years of ceremonial magic and other stuff. What the fuck am I reading?
Yesterday I got really tripped out. On top of having dreams guide me to let Jenna Ortega date me.
What?
I see 3 posts within just a few minutes apart with triple 3s there. See how wild that is? People think I'm crazy.
Bro, are we in the Black Ops 1 campaign? The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Yo, you are acting crazy. I think you are crazy. You're saying the dreams led me to let Jenna Ortega date me? You do not have a relationship with Jenna Ortega. Also, let is a crazy word coming from you.
Letting Jenna Ortega date you sounds crazy, okay?
What's wrong with him? And also, bro, when you look at his phone, he's just so obsessed with Jenna Ortega. His entire page are talking about her and how he wants to have a harem with her and how he dreams about her and how these numbers pop up when he looks at her profile and all this crazy shit. And as I said earlier, he just doesn't live in a state of reality, all right? I believe that he has undiagnosed schizophrenia on top of mixing psychedelics with that. Not only will that make you crazy, that will fish fry your brain, okay? In which when you look at these videos, there is no sense of reality at all anywhere in any of this content he uploads. And it gets even more weird and dangerous when you start stalking women that you used to know decades ago. And you start having made up relationships with celebrities that you've never met. This is dangerous. This is scary. And it's concerning. And chat, it was so concerning to me that I called 12.
Suspect goes by the Instagram username SuperBatman007. Here first saw Dan Hill Power on last week on Instagram. Here said that the things that Dan are posting on social media concern him for the women that he's speaking with and displaying stalking-like behavior.
But the officer did tell me that they now kind of have an open case for this individual. In case anything happens with him, they already have an instance of where I told them that he was uploading weird videos on the internet. They also did tell me that he is not committing a crime at the moment,
unless the victims of him come up and show the evidence of him sending all this weird screenshots, coming into this woman's job, harassing her, DMing her, all this crazy shit, right? They did tell me that they can't really really persecute him now or convict him of a crime, just because when it comes to social media, a lot of weird things are allowed just because they can't verify that it's real. I have no problem with you doing all the weird shit when it's only you. But once you start involving other people, especially women, and going to their jobs and making fake profiles pretending to be them because a dream you had said that they're supposed to be in your harem, that's where we have to draw the line, all right? That's fucking crazy. But yo, as of right now, he's still uploading weird ass videos about Jenna Ortega, saying that, hey, she's supposed to be in my harem, uploading photos of her, talking about dreams he had about her. It's just really weird, and his page is really strange. But yeah, lads, that's all I got to talk about, man. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, man. Yo, we almost to 100,000 fucking subscribers, man. I'm so lit, bro. I'm so thankful. I'm so blessed for the coalition, man. I love y'all niggas. Yo, I really appreciate y'all, man. I'm so fucking thankful, man. Join the coalition today. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Drop a like on this video, and I'll see you boys in the next one, all right? Peace.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna stop it from here. It's 9 something, so I'm gonna let you guys go. We did see, I don't think we did a bad job, but I will have to check with, Rhino Tune Sensei on the whole thing on the dude when he starts coloring him and see if I can match him as well. I'm still gonna do the girl again tomorrow, a 3rd try. And what I can do is we'll do a different direction where the light is coming from just to see how much of a difference it is. Now, just to be clear, so we got our base, and then this is from day 1. This is day 1 when I first did it, I think yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday, right? And this is today. I still feel like this one was a little bit more plain compared to this one. Like, I think this one was a little better because of this and the wrinkles here, but I think it feels a lot more painterly looking. I don't know if that's the right word. It looks more painterly, more like there's a lot of paint marks. I still messed up around the lower half of the body. Still, it just kind of looks strange. I don't know. We'll have to figure that part out. And this one wasn't too bad for the first try of drawing, painting the dude's clothing, but we'll figure it out eventually. So hopefully it'll come out as good as possible. So we did our lesson for today. And then once I mastered between these two, we'll eventually work on bigger folds and more harder and stronger folds within that. So let's hold it. Good night to it. Hey, guys, have a good night. Hey, Wolf, what's going on, bro? So yeah, have a great night, guys. We'll learn this from Rhino Tuna based on his lesson. So hopefully we'll master this by tomorrow. I'm getting it as we're going. It's easier to do it more. I'm not feeling as nervous as doing it, so it's getting easier and easier. So that's a good thing. Eventually you'll get it if you work hard along at it long enough. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Keep safe. Thank you all for coming in. Thank you for reacting and all that great stuff. And I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, guys. Have a good night. Keep safe. Let yourself. Later on. Bye-bye.